Looking for new songs? YouTube Music is your personal guide to the world of music. Built to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Sign up for YouTube Music and upgrade to Premium for 1 month free.
Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus team up.
Oh my God, oh my God.
Epic stories. Tons of shows and movies. And can't miss sports. Are better together. Get the Disney Bundle today.
weird, picking it up. The legacy of that shield is complicated, to say the least.
That shield should be destroyed. This world is ours. You're never gonna stop.
It's the closest thing I've got left to a family. I'm not gonna let anybody tell me I can't fight for it.
Now streaming on Disney Plus, and upgrade to the Disney Bundle for even more.
The second time in the past week, well, have not been prouder to be an American than what I have witnessed here again today. The Sioux Falls Sunfish national anthem singer, the Sioux Falls native, 50 seconds today on the national anthem, just so much passion, so much bravas, so much, I don't even know any other fancy words to describe it, but it was still the greatest national anthem singing that I've ever heard, and we timed it 50 seconds. And who cares how long or short it is, it just shows your passion to be an American singing that national anthem. But it's what has followed that we're interested in. It's the Sunfish and the Moo for the third time this weekend. And let's quick do the math. 3, 6, 8th time in the past week that the two will do battle. The third time this weekend from Karras Park, it's the Moo and the Sunfish. Hello, fans. David Coyer bringing you all the action on the Sioux Falls Sunfish Radio Network and the Sunfish live stream on YouTube. 7 scoreless innings against the Moo last night. That's what Brody Sintek did. He shut out the Sunfish, but it was a 2-run home run by Carter Tibbetts that sparked the comeback. The Moo would respond with 2 of their own in the top of the 9th before 5 would put the Sunfish within 1 of the Moo. The comeback came short as the Sunfish would lose another one to the Moo and fall 1 game behind in the Clark Division standings. The Moo look to take the series and the 2 games in the division lead heading into the All-Star break tomorrow. It's Andalo Santangelo on the mound, facing off against Tyler Push. The first pitch is lifted into left center field. Coming in is Mitch Stone, and that's out number 1. 6:37 first pitch from Karras Park on a beautiful Sunday evening, and Sunfish baseball is underway with the fly out by Tyler Push.
Flyout brings up the shortstop.
A sunny day here in Sioux Falls at Karras Park on the campus of Augustana University. Sunny and 82 at first pitch. Beautiful field conditions, sun shining everywhere, a few shadows out in right field. Some long shadows on the right side of the infield in foul territory from the Sunfish dugout. And off speed is called a strike on the outside corner to Austin Baskin. Andalo Santangelo on the mound for the second time this week. It was himself and Nolan Meredith on Monday having the pitcher's duel in the 1-0 Moo victory on Monday. A changeup misses away. It's 1-1. Baskin, 282 batting average. Last night went 0 for 5 in the Moo victory. The 1-1 popped up, right side, out of play. It's 1-2. Santangelo on the season, making his 9th appearance in the Sunfish uniform, his 5th start. His last one, he went 6 innings, allowed 1 run off 4 hits, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts on Monday. His best appearance of the season. The 1-2 is a slider low and away, 2-2. A freshman out of Townsend, 6'1" righty. Through 25 innings pitched, has 26 strikeouts, 12 walks, has allowed 33 hits with his 7.56 ERA. Kicks and delivers, swing and a miss, chase the fastball outside. Austin Baskin goes down swinging, and Santangelo is off to a great start in this one. E.J. Taylor, the All-Star first baseman, now up. Last night, he showed why he was an All-Star. Took an absolute moonshot over the left field wall, going 3 for 4 last night with a pair of doubles and a home run. 2 RBIs and a walk for Taylor. He scored 4 times. All 4 times he reached, in fact. 2 outs, nobody on. Here in the top of the first inning, the Sunfish wearing their black-gray-white combination. Fastball hits the inside corner for a strike to Taylor. Dane Frazier, Mitch Stone, Declan Beers, a new outfield combination. Dane Frazier made his first start out in left field in Friday's game, and he was, covering all the grass out there. A high chopper over to Norris McClure at third, makes easy work of it, double clutches, and throws over to Zeph Hoffpower for out number 3. Santangelo, in his first inning of work, goes 3 up, 3 down. And the Moo are scoreless. We'll see how the Sunfish respond in the bottom half of the first inning when we return. On to Los Santangelo, goes 3 up, 3 down in the first. It'll be Nolan Meredith. The pitcher's duel renewed from last Monday on the mound, as Meredith would go an inning longer than Santangelo and keep the Sunfish shut out, getting his second win of the season in his 4th appearance and his first start on the mound. Now on his second start, Meredith looks to repeat history. 2-0 on the season through 4 games, 1 start, 1 save, 16 innings pitched, 14 strikeouts, 3 walks, only 14 hits. He allowed 5 hits on Monday, 2 walks, and struck out 7. Himself and Santangelo were basically going pitch for pitch, and it was a sac fly that would score 1. It was Jack Simonson who would cross the plate for the only run of the game. Meredith, leading off with JT Mix, throws a fastball in, taken for ball 1. 88 on the radar gun. JT Mix, Jonathan Brandon, Norris McClure kick things one off with Will Olson, Zeph Hoffbauer, Declan Beers in the 4-5-6. A foul tip goes awry, and it's 1-1. Mitch Stone, Dane Frazier, Adonis Forte, the 7-8-9 of this Sunfish lineup in this rubber match between the Fremont Moo and the Sioux Falls Sunfish. Changeup drops in there on the inside corner for strike number 2. It's 1-2 to Mix. Darian Morphew, Tyler Push, Trent Sellers, he is out and right. There was a last-second lineup change for the Moo, and I just wanted to make sure I had it right. As a pitch misses away, it's 2-2 to Mix. So Trent Sellers is out in right field. Peyton Leeper, Austin Baskin at third and short, with Dylan Sears back at second, E.J. Taylor at first. Fastball called strike 3 at the knees. JT Mix will have to take the long walk back to the Sunfish dugout for out number 1. Jonathan Brandon playing shortstop tonight in his final game as a Sunfish. He'll be heading back home after this. This will be the last night I get to hear Louisiana Saturday Night, unless I play it for myself when I'm, crying alone in my room thinking about why Jonathan Brandon had to leave the Sunfish. It'll be a key loss for Sioux Falls when he leaves. He'll take a slider far outside for ball 1. And Jack Simonson was the last-second substitution for the Fremont Moo. He was tossed out of Friday's game. Wrongfully, we have so figured out. Curveball drops just a bit too low. It's 2-0. On the controversial call at first where Will Olson was called safe via E.J. Taylor coming off the base, video review showed that he didn't. High chopper down the third base line is into Leeper's glove, but foul. 2 balls and 1 strike to J-Bo. And then it was the field umpire who's out there currently who threw out Jack Simonson thinking that he said something. In fact, it was center fielder Tyler Push who has since been on record as of having said something. Jonathan Brandon fouls 1 off. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. But Simonson, a last-second substitution, thinking that he might have had a 3-game suspension. It was just the 1 game per usual, as that was his second suspension on Friday. The 2-2 is lined into right field. Coming in is Sellers. He'll have a nice read on it and make the catch. It seemed like right as Jonathan Brandon was swinging, Sellers was running in, and he, just caught that on the line, on the run. 2 outs with Norris McClure stepping up to the plate. McClure, 286 on the season after going 0 for 4 last night and 0 for 3 on Friday. It's been the Moo all season that McClure has struggled the most against. In fact, the only games he does not have a hit is against Fremont. He rolls over one to E.J. Taylor on the first pitch he sees, and Norris McClure secures the 3 up, 3 down for the Moo on the 3 unassisted. 6 up, 6 down in the first for both teams. We have another pitcher's duel brewing between the Sunfish and the Fremont Moo in the last game before the All-Star break. We'll see who comes out with this as the game unravels in front of us when we return. Luke White, Jack Simonson, Trent Sellers are due up. Darian Morphew, Peyton Leeper, and Dylan Sears are in the 7-8-9. Didn't get through the entire Sunfish lineup, or excuse me, the Fremont Moo lineup to kick this one off. It was such a quick first inning. Andalo Santangelo back on the bump. Throws a fastball that's taken high and deep to left center field. Mitch Stone will call off Dane Frazier. And a similar way to kick off the first inning, we kick off the second with a fly out to center field for out number 1. The Sunfish, black hats with the orange S, teal F on the front with the teal brims, gray tops, orange shoe, teal falls with orange numbers underneath the falls, orange left sleeve, teal right, white pants with black trim. Andalo Santangelo wearing his pants high, showing gray socks. Norris McClure over at third, wearing high pants with black socks. The Fremont Moo with their all-purple hats with the cow logo on the front. As Jack Simonson takes a curveball outside for strike 1. Simonson, the North Dakota State Bison we were talking about before, he had his suspension of yesterday's game before coming back last second for today. Takes a changeup for strike 2. Simonson, a key component to this Moo offense, batting .301, so getting him back in the lineup is, well, it'll help getting the Moo over the Sunfish today if he can be an offensive threat as he usually is. A ball bounces in front of the left-handed batter's box. Santangelo smiling on the mound knowing that, that either slipped out of his hand, he overthrew it, or something just went wrong. He gets that waste pitch out of the way. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Simonson. 8 doubles, 1 home run, 17 RBIs for the Bison. 21 walks, 14 strikeouts. Swing and a miss. Simonson goes down swinging, got a piece of it. And that's strikeout number 2 for Santangelo, and the Sioux Falls native Jack Simonson is sent packing. Trent Sellers out in right field today. He came in and was the substitute when Simonson got thrown out on Friday. He even came in to pitch last night, went a third of an inning. Closed out the 9th inning after 5 runs would cross with just 2 outs on a foul tip to the backstop. Sellers is behind 0-1. Through 6 games at the plate, Sellers is batting .400, 6 for 15, 2 of those doubles, 1 of them a home run. He's driven in 8. Changeup hits the lower outside corner. It's 2-1, or excuse me, 0-2. Wow, I am sorry about that one, folks. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The Moo wearing their all-orange tops with the Moo logo on the left chest. This one's popped up. Right side, JT Mix calls for it. He'll come in a little bit and catch it right above his face for out number 3. 6 up, 6 down for the first 2 innings for the Fremont Moo. And the Sunfish are looking to, try and respond somehow. They went 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the first as well. They're not looking to repeat the Moo in the bottom of the second inning when we return on the Sunfish Radio Network and the Sunfish live stream on YouTube.
Olson. Will is tonight's anti-beer batter. If he gets a hit, beer will be $1 off for the remainder of the inning.
Will Olson, the all-star catcher for the Sunfish, leads things off in the bottom of the second. And it was just officially announced today that Will Olson will be the Sunfish representative in the Expedition League Home Run Derby tomorrow. Fastball misses high. It's 1-0 to Olson. And he leads the Sunfish with 6 home runs. Also has 9 doubles and a triple on top of that. Takes a curveball on the lower inside corner for strike one. The count's at 1-1 to kick off the bottom of the second inning. 18 walks, 28 RBIs. As the off-speed misses low from Nolan Meredith, it's 2-1. 13 strikeouts for the Augustana catcher, 491 on base percentage, a 711 slugging. That's just incredible. Slider will catch the outside corner for strike 2 to Will Olson. E.J. Taylor for the Fremont Moo will represent the Moo in the home run derby, and why not? He leads them in home runs since Brock Reller left. A foul ball will keep the count even at 2 apiece. That's right, Brock Reller led the Expedition League in home runs. Led the Moo and the Expedition League with 12. E.J. Taylor is tied at first with Austin Callahan at 8. Well, Callahan's no longer a Moo either. A slider will be in the dirt in the left-handed batter's box for ball 3, and Olson is up to a full count. The 3 of them, Taylor, Callahan, and Reller, were going to represent the Moo at the All-Star game. Brody Sintek from the pitcher's mound. A ground ball shoots the gap over on the left side of the infield, and Olson has the first hit of the ball game for either team. And he's the anti-beer batter, and, well, he's using his powers for good. The Sunfish faithful and, well, the Fremont Moo fans in attendance as well each have $1 off of beer for the rest of the inning here at Karras Park. If you want to get in the action, well, come to Karras Park for a Sunfish game if you're in the Sioux Falls area. Reach out to General Manager Nick Moen for some tickets, even Zach Campbell, the Assistant General Manager. Zeph Hoffbauer takes the ball low and away for ball 1 from Meredith. But if you're at home right now and can't be at Karras Park currently, you know what I always say, get up, go to your fridge, grab a beer. It's on me. Hoffbauer from Pensacola State swings at a curveball low. It gets away from Simonson, but not far enough to send Olson to second. Hoffbauer, 243 on the season with a double and a home run. 14 RBIs, 26 walks, 23 strikeouts. He's one of the many position players for the Sunfish. You can go both ways. Hit 91 on the mound here at Karras Park. A fastball catches the outside corner, 87 for a strike to Hoffbauer. 1 ball and 2 strikes to the 6'1 righty from Berwick, Louisiana. Will Olson at first, no outs, bottom of the second inning. We're still scoreless. Middle infield for the Moo, playing double play depth. Hoffbauer rolls one over to Baskin. He'll backhand it, be forced to throw over to a stretching E.J. Taylor, but the splits are not enough as Hoffbauer has an infield hit. Back-to-back singles for the Sunfish. Hoffbauer running that one out. Hasn't shown his speed much all this season. He actually, when he's out in right field for Sioux Falls, he's able to chase down a lot of those fly balls that are in foul territory. Haven't really seen him show his speed on the base pass with an infield hit like that. And Austin Baskin, who's got a cannon from over at shortstop, had to play that one deep in the hole and wasn't able to get it, especially with E.J. Taylor and his 6'4 frame stretching out for that one. Declan Beers will bunt one over the back netting for strike 1. That foul ball presented by Keg Chicken. Order it, eat it, crave it, Keg Chicken. Declan Beers from the left side of the plate has proven a valuable asset, including last night. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Declan Beers cleared one on a hard hit ball to dead center field over the head of Tyler Push. Meredith will step off and feign a throw over to second with no one covering. 2 outs. Declan Beers from the left side of the plate has proven a valuable asset, including last night. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Declan Beers cleared one on a hard hit ball to dead center field over the head of Tyler Push. Meredith will step off and feign a throw over to second with no one covering. It's no balls and 1 strike to Beers, with no outs here in the bottom of the second. Back-to-back singles for the Sunfish. The infield corners playing for the bunt. Beers pulls back on a fastball outside. It's 1-1. Declan, who had just finished up his time at the Northern Iowa Area Community College, has been looking all summer for a new school to play for. He'd been reached out to by a couple schools. Bunt shown again. He pops it down the third base line. It'll bounce foul into the glove of Jack Simonson, preventing it from coming fair at all. So it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Beers. Those weren't the 2 prettiest bunts. He's just trying to advance his teammates on the base pass. If you can get 2 runners in scoring position with 1 out, that's, well, a position the Sunfish want to be in early on. But no outs, 2 on, a 1-2 count to Declan Beers here in the bottom of the second inning. The school that had reached out that piqued the interest of Declan Beers was, well, the one that we're playing at right now, Augustana University, Karras Park. Bunch of Vikings on the team. Beers rolls over one, a swinging bunt at that, up the first base line. The throw from Simonson to Taylor will get him. That's basically a sacrifice bunt. He couldn't get it actually bunting. He swings on one, and that's basically the best bunt that he could have laid down. A nice sacrifice there by Declan Beers. Moves the 2 base runners over one, and there are 2 in scoring position with 1 out for Mitch Stone. Speaking of the Augustana Vikings, Stroh, Olson, JT Mix all in the lineup. Tom Sun, the pitcher, also an Augustana Viking, and now Declan Beers. Congratulations to him on signing with the Vikings. Stroh pulls this one into left field, lined right at Darian Morphew. Olson's not going to test the arm. Morphew throws it up the first base line. Simonson can't play it off the hop. If Olson had gone, he might have been able to get it just based on where the ball was thrown and how Simonson played it, but I think Simonson played it off the hop just based on Olson not going. So a first pitch line out to left field makes it 2 outs now with runners in scoring position for the Sunfish. It'll be Dane Frazier out of Yakima Valley College, batting .280 on the season. 4 extra base hits, all of them doubles. He's driven in 14 this season, walking 25 times. Dane's only struck out 16 times as a fastball runs up and in for ball 1. Dane hasn't played since Friday, but in Friday's game against the Moo, a night after he pitched 2 innings against Hastings, he went 2 for 3 with a double and an RBI. Curveball drops in on the inside, but it is in the dirt. It's 2-0. Dropped a bit too much on that one. 3-1. The Sunfish won on Friday. In the past week, there's been several different kinds of outcomes between the Moo and the Sunfish. Most of them, though, 1-run games. A fastball will hit at the knees for strike 1 to Dane. In the doubleheader on Sunday, the Sunfish came back and won 3-2, and that's 7-inning game 1. In the game 2, Sunfish would go on top in the first inning 2-0 before allowing 13 unanswered runs. Frazier rips this one into the gap in left center field. Tyler Push dives out, but he won't get there. Will Olson scores, off power scoring easily. Frazier is going to dig for third. The cutoff to Baskin, throwing it over to third. It'll be in time. Frazier tried stretching a double into a triple. The 2 runs score. It's still 2-0 Sunfish on that timing play. No force out, so both runs crossed by the time Frazier tried stretching that one out. So 2 runs off 3 hits, no errors, no one left on base. The Sunfish, after 2, are up 2-0 over the Fremont Moo. the Sunfish scored 2. Nolan Meredith went 7 innings of shutout baseball on Monday. He only goes 1 tonight after allowing 2 base hits, a sacrifice by Declan Beers, and with 2 outs, a double tried to be stretched into a triple by Dane Frazier. He was not successful, but the 2-run score anyway. And the Sunfish hold an early 2-0 lead over the visiting Fremont Moo. Darian Morphew, the left fielder, takes this one into center field right at Mitch Stone. He has to back up a little bit, but he catches the ball on the fly for out number 1. 3 straight innings where the leadoff man has flown out. And the lefty Morphew is no different. It's Peyton Leeper, another lefty. So Shea Bennett going 7, 8, 9, all lefties. Darian Morphew, Peyton Leeper, and Dylan Sears. Peyton Leeper out of Southeast Missouri State, teammates with All-Star Adonis Forte. Leeper fouls off the first pitch, an 89-mile-an-hour fastball. On the season, he's .321 with 4 doubles, 3 home runs, 15 RBIs, 15 walks, 15 strikeouts. 15, 15, 15. It's like we're at a slot machine seeing his RBIs, walks, and strikeouts. Obviously, it's not an actual thing, but you get what I'm trying to say. I sometimes try to be creative on these broadcasts, keep things interesting. Hopefully you all at home think so as well, and I'm not too corny. Not any of my dad jokes falling flat. Leeper, though, has been a nice defensive glove out there for the Moo this series. He pulls one on the inside as it goes straight into the Sunfish dugout and rolls out. Hard liner on the off-speed from Andalo Santangelo. No balls and 2 strikes to Peyton Leeper. With 1 out in the top of the 3rd inning, the Sunfish are leading by 2. Santangelo has been looking good, using the off-speed, but hitting it with the fastballs. That one's taken high and deep to right field. Beers is back at the warning track. He'll catch it almost at the wall as Leeper just missed that one. I was told at the beginning of the season that basically any ball hit over there to right field, 310 to the right field corner, and it's just as shallow along the rest of the wall. But any ball basically hit in that direction, it'll just keep carrying. We haven't seen that much yet this Sunfish season, but I guess it happens a lot during the Augustana baseball season, and it was confirmed by JT Mix, Will Olson, and Mitch Stone. But it'll be the Western Illinois Leatherneck Dylan Sears taking an 88-mile-an-hour fastball at the knees for a strike. From the left side of the plate this summer, Sears, through 33 games, is batting .306. He has 9 extra base hits, 6 doubles, 2 triples, and a home run. 23 walks, 15 strikeouts, good for a .443 on-base percentage. The curveball will drop a bit too low outside. It's 1-1. The Sunfish and the Moo were hitless and, base runnerless through the first inning. The Moo still remain base runnerless, but the Sunfish got 3 hits in that inning. Fastball misses just outside. It's 2-1. The Clark Division standings get closer and closer by the day. The Fremont Moo hold a 1-game lead over the Sunfish as Sears rips this one into right field. That's a base hit. Declan Beers was up and looking to fire to Zeph Hoffpower. I don't think Zeph was expecting it at all. He'll give a quick wave over to Beers in right, just saying, that one's on me. Dylan Sears quick on the bases, so it would have been a bold throw anyway. And Dylan Sears, breaks that perfect game and no-hitter in one swing of the bat. Santangelo had retired the first 8 of the ball game in what has been his best start so far. Both teams were scoreless through 3 innings the other day before the Moo would score the only run of the game in the top of the 4th inning. Slider misses low to Tyler Push for ball 1. So now 2 out with 1 on for the Moo. Have their gray pants with the orange and purple trim down the sides. Didn't get to that part earlier. Change up misses below the knees. It's 2-0. But so the Moo hold the one-game lead to the Sunfish, and the Western Nebraska Pioneers have only played 14 games in the second half, while both the Sunfish and the Moo have played 16. So they're 2 games behind. That's solely just because they've played 2 less games. A swing and a miss on a changeup low makes it 2-1. So the 9-5 Western Nebraska Pioneers, the Spearfish Sasquatch are 9-7, so a true 3 games behind the Fremont Moo. Hastings and Pierre are the only 2 teams in the Clark Division who have a sub-500 record in the second half of the season. The 2-1 is a high chopper over to short. McClure will get in front of Brandon, firing over to first in time on the stretching Zafoff power. He pulls an E.J. Taylor there, and it works for the Sunfish on the 5-3 putout, and a lone base hit doesn't get anything going for the Moo. They remain scoreless through 3. The Sunfish lead 2-0.
There's a lot to learn when you're a new parent, like the ins and outs of nap time. Get them to sleep faster with ad-free videos. Try YouTube Premium on us.
Adonis Forte out of Southeast Missouri State leads things off in the bottom of the 3rd inning from the 9 spot. He's the only Sunfish who has not gotten a chance against Nolan Meredith in this game. He steps up to the plate with a .284 average. 8 doubles, 2 triples, and a home run for Donnie. Will take a fastball at the knees for strike 1. 1 home run, and it was a special one on Father's Day against the Weed City Whiskey Jacks. Took it over the right field wall in Carroll, Iowa, in front of his pops. Curveball drops on the outside corner, 0-2 to Adonis. He pinch ran last night, but stayed at second after a Jonathan Brandon walk in the 9th inning. That led to a Norris McClure strikeout. Forte pops one off. Out of play. It's 0-2. His last chances at the plate came on Wednesday, went 0 for 4 with a run against the Sodbusters. So looking for a hit, he takes one high. 89 miles an hour from Meredith. And Nolan, up until Monday, had not gotten a start for the Moo, but what the broadcasters for Fremont were telling me is a breaking ball misses high. It's 2-2. What they were telling me is, well, when he got here, they knew he had the potential to be a starter. And it was just a matter of time. And through his first 3 appearances, he went 3 innings in each of his relief appearances. Changeup just misses away. It's 3-2 to Forte, who started off this at-bat down, no balls, 2 strikes, and has fought all the way to a full count. But Meredith, in his first start for the Moo, showed why he can be a starter. He misses with a fastball up and away, and Adonis Forte, who started off Down, no balls and 2 strikes, fights back to a full count and draws the walk on 4 straight pitches. And that is the 20th time this season that Forte has gotten on via the walk. He had 2 against Fremont on Tuesday, and he's up to a .443 on-base percentage as we head back to JT Mix. Forte's up there with the stolen bases for the Sunfish. He's shown his speed all season as JT Mix fouls off a keg chicken foul ball. Order it, eat it, crave it, keg chicken. So 0-1 to Mix, who struck out looking his last time up. Forte looked like he was about to take off. Instead, a fastball got low and away and out of the hand of Jack Simonson. Adonis over at first, gave a little bit of a skip on his way back to first, knowing that if he had taken off, he would have gotten there. It's Jonathan Brandon who leads the Sunfish in stolen bases. JT Mix is up there as well. The throw over to first, not in time on the tag at the belt to Adonis by E.J. Taylor. 18 for Jonathan Brandon, 17 for JT Mix. Adonis is in there at third on the Sunfish with 15 stolen bases on the season. A throw over again just to keep Forte honest. No tag this time. The Sunfish still lead the Expedition League in stolen bases with 170 in their inaugural season. And this would be big for Sioux Falls if they could close out this second half of the season taking the Clark division on a slider low and away. It's now 2-1 to JT Mix. It was actually in that first game against Fremont on my first ever broadcast for the Sunfish that I brought up, successful expansion franchises. Fastball foul to the backstop, and Mix has evened up the count at 2-2. Jonathan Brandon will run over to the foul ball along with home plate umpire Alex Shoemaker. Shoemaker gets there first, picks it up, and puts it in his pocket. So J-Bo just getting the steps at this point. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no out, runner on first. The Sunfish are leading 2-0. There goes Forte. Pitch outside. Simonson throws it to the shortstop side of second base. Sears has to pull it across his body to make the tag, and it's not in time. So Adonis Forte steals another one. 171 for the Sunfish on the season, and that's stolen base number 16 for Forte. First of the day for Sioux Falls. So now nobody out. Ball was outside, so it's a 3-2 count to JT Mix. And now there's a runner in scoring position for Sioux Falls. Adonis Forte got that orange arm sleeve on the right arm. Mix checks his swing. The pitch missed low and away. Forte still dancing out there on the base pass, trying to get the attention of Jack Simonson. He's still trying to go. Got a smile on his face out there at second. Back-to-back walks issued by Meredith. He only walked 2 on Monday, and already through 2 innings, he already has 2. He also didn't allow a single run on Monday, and, he's allowed 2 in 2 innings. 2-0 Sunfish for Jonathan Brandon, who flew out to right field his last time up. Swings at a curveball for strike 1. From Bossier City, Louisiana. One of 3 Louisiana boys on this Sunfish squad. All 3 have been members of the Fish Tank, or have joined us on the podcast. It was Jonathan Brandon and Zeph Hoffpower on the first Louisiana Boys episode. He rips one over to the glove of Peyton Leeper, looked to tag Adonis Forte. Instead, threw it to Dylan Sears, whose throw goes wide to E.J. Taylor. So just a 5-4 fielder's choice gets JT Mix, as the tag could not be applied to Forte by Leeper. So with 1 out, there's runners at the corners for the Louisiana boy from, I want to make sure I say it right, Mandeville, Louisiana. Didn't want to get it wrong. I've been told for a while I was saying Bossier City wrong. But Norris McClure, who grounded out to E.J. Taylor his last time up, has runners at the corners with 1 out. Rolls over one. This time it gets through to right field for a base hit. Forte will score As the throw-in from Sellers was not trying to get anybody, Jonathan Brandon just jogged into second, and Norris McClure gets a base hit against the Fremont Moo. That's his first base hit since Tuesday. He did not play in Hastings at all, Norris. And then in this series, he has gone 0 for 7, 0 for 8 actually, up until this point, now getting a base hit and an RBI base hit at that. It's now 3-0 Sunfish with one out here in the bottom of the third. Will Olson takes a curveball in at the knees for strike one. It was Olson and Zeph Hoffbauer who led off the second with back-to-back base hits. And a double by Dane Frazier with 2 outs would score both of them. Frazier would be caught out trying to head for third. The 0-1 bounces in front of Simonson. There goes Brandon over to second. McClure over to third. McClure on his way to second as well. Both advance, and now with one out, the double play is out of contention, and there's 2 runners in scoring position for the Sunfish. Everything has been going Sioux Falls in today's game. Some pitches getting away from Jack Simonson, who's usually out in the outfield. Takes a changeup at the knees, does Will Olson. It's 1-2. Simonson at North Dakota State, typically just an outfielder. I don't think he catches at all at NDSU. From what I've been told, he occasionally has been filling in at catcher this summer. Fastball taken for ball 2. Nolan Meredith puts his hands up in confusion, asking where that one missed to Alex Shoemaker. 2-2 on the 88-mile-an-hour fastball. Stolen bases credited to Jonathan Brandon and Norris McClure. Slider taken low and away for ball 3. A good take there by Olson, who looked like he wanted to swing at that one. It's a full count with 1 out, 2 on in the bottom of the third inning that has seen the Sunfish already score 1. The payoff from Meredith out of the windup. Glove over the head, kicks and delivers. A foul to the back left netting from Olson. He'll stay alive for one more pitch. Through 2 1/3, Nolan Meredith is already up to 53 pitches. He made it through 7 the other night. We'll see if he can get out of this jam, only allowing just a run. Olson will foul off another one off the plate and off what looked like the foot of Jack Simonson. Still 3 balls and 2 strikes. This is a crucial game for both teams. If the Moo can come out of this one with a win, they will have a 2-game lead over the Sunfish heading into the All-Star break tomorrow. The payoff again bounces in the left-handed batter's box, and Olson will draw the 1-out walk, and the bases are loaded. That's the 3rd walk of the inning. The only out came on a fielder's choice, as Dylan Sears' throw went a bit wide to E.J. Taylor, and they couldn't turn the double play. Manager Shea Bennett will come out to talk to his pitcher. Again, the 7 innings on Monday for Nolan Meredith were the longest by him this season, and that was in his only start. Otherwise, he had gone 3 innings of relief on 3 separate occasions. If he makes it through this one, there's a chance that he might be taken out. Again, we don't have the best view of the bullpen here down the third base line to see if anyone's up and throwing. From what I'm being told by our cameraman and producer, Sean, he says he thinks he sees someone at least stretching. So this might be the last inning for Meredith. We'll see as we go on. But the Moo getting this win will take a 2-game lead over the Sunfish headed into the All-Star break, and will take this series. The Moo took the first series against the Sunfish, 2 games, well, to 1 technically, as the rain delay, or the rain out that was played late in June went to the Sunfish, and so it was 2 games to 1. This past series this last weekend, as Zeph Hoffbauer at the plate will take a curveball at the knees. He singled and scored his last time up. The series in Fremont went to the Sunfish 2 games to 1. The series earlier this week went to Fremont 2 games to nothing as Hoffbauer fouls another one off. It's no balls and 2 strikes. So if the Sunfish win this one, they take a 2-series tie against the Moo. If the Moo win this second game in a row, they will have a 3-1 lead over the Sunfish this season. The 0-2 to Hoffbauer is pulled high and deep to left field, but hooking strongly foul. Bounces off of the top of the tent in the beer garden. Still 0-2 to Zeph. There are some games going on currently around the Expedition League, some early starts. The Western Nebraska Pioneers are down 6-1 to the Sioux Valley Saberdogs. The Pioneers lost last night and are looking to not lose the series to the Saberdogs. As a curveball misses high, it's 1-2. Western Nebraska took Friday's game but lost last night, which puts them 2 games behind the Fremont Moo in the Clark Division standings, while the Sioux Valley Saberdogs hold a 1-game lead in the Lewis. A drop third strike, but with first base occupied, Hoffbauer on the swing will be sent packing for strikeout number 2 on the day for Meredith, and out number 2 here in the bottom of the third. Declan Beers, the lefty, and we kind of got to it. I was alluding to it before getting a bit sidetracked. Declan Beers, who finished up his time at Northern Iowa Area Community College this past season. He actually went 3 years at a community college due to COVID. Has signed with the Augustana Vikings as of today. Change-up misses outside. It's 1-0. Declan had that sacrifice, swinging bunt, I'll call it, in the second inning that advanced Zeph Hoffbauer and Will Olson into scoring position. A fastball will run in. It's 2-0. Bases loaded, 2 outs, bottom of the third inning. It's 3-0 Sunfish early on against the Moo. If the Sunfish win tonight's game, they'll take the series and be tied with the Moo on top of the Clark Division, headed into the All-Star break. After today, the 2 teams won't see each other until the last 2 games at the end of the season. The 2-0 is a fastball taken just a bit high, 86 on the radar. It's 3-0 to Beers. Nolan Meredith in danger of walking home a run. Jonathan Brandon at third, Norris McClure at second, Will Olson at first, with Mitch Stone in the on-deck circle. Beers using his teal bat. The 3-0 is taken for a strike right down the heart of the plate. A nice crowd here at Karras Park for this Sunday matchup, the rubber matchup between the Moo and the Sunfish. 3-1, fouled off. It's a full count. Runners will be going on the pitch. It's Jersey night here at Karras Park. I see a lot of the replica Sunfish jerseys from the Farmers Union giveaway earlier this week. Black jerseys with the Sunfish logo on the right sleeve. A green 2, a teal 1 on the back, representing the inaugural 2021 season, with orange Sioux Teal Falls across the front. Meredith will step off before delivering the payoff to Declan Beers. There's also a Farmers Union Insurance logo on the right sleeve. The Pier Trappers, the night before the Sunfish giveaway, had their own jersey giveaway. It was gold jerseys with blue lettering across the front saying Trappers. The payoff's grounded over to E.J. Taylor. He gets down, blocks it, knocks it down, and will step on first for out number 3. The Sunfish leave the bases loaded, but they score 1 and take a 3-0 lead off of 1 hit, no errors. It's 3-0 after 3 from Karras Park.
off the fourth. The shortstop.
Austin Baskin, E.J. Taylor, Luke White will lead things off. Angelo Santangelo was perfect through 2 innings, well, 2 2/3 before a 2-out single by Dylan Sears to the right side ended his no-hitter and perfect game all in one swing. Hard ground ball over to Jonathan Brandon, up and throwing. A lob over to Zeph Hoffbauer, who will pull him off, and Hoffbauer will have to make the tag, but get the out nonetheless on the first pitch swing by Baskin, who struck out his last time up. Jonathan Brandon over at shortstop today, allowing JT Mix, who was not here last night, back at his usual home of second, and give Jonathan Brandon one more game as a Sunfish. There was a nice running group of Sunfish players, as it will be E.J. Taylor, who grounded out to third in the first inning. But it was Jonathan Brandon, Zeph Hoffbauer on a curveball that misses in and almost hits E.J. Taylor. It's 1-0. But it was Jonathan Brandon, Zeph Hoffbauer, Kenneth Dutka, Drew Ballou. They all usually share hotel rooms. A hard-hit ground ball gets by the backhand of Norris McClure and rolls up the third baseline in foul territory. Taylor was turning and running to second. Instead, we'll just quick turn around and head back to first as McClure was up with it, and we all know that he has a nice arm behind him. And on the slide, they'll give that a hit. Yeah, it was a backhanded slide, McClure. It was just too hard hit. Hit off the wrong part of the glove and got away from him. So a 1-out base hit for E.J. Taylor brings up Luke White, who flew out to center on the first pitch he saw in the last inning. But then Norris McClure, once he came, kind of joined that group. Change up on the inside corner, hits for a strike to White. And while already one member of that group is gone, and that's Drew Ballou. Now Jonathan Brandon's out of there, so it'll just be Kenneth Dutka, Zeph Hoffbauer, and Norris McClure for however long the three of them are able to stay, hopefully till the end of the season. A curveball is swung on and missed by White for strike 2. We couldn't get him because he swung on the first pitch the first time he came up. So Luke White, 287 coming into tonight's game, 5 extra base hits, 2 of them are doubles, 3 are long balls. 20 RBIs, 13 walks, 16 strikeouts. He'll take a curveball in the outside batter's box in the dirt for ball 1. E.J. Taylor at first with 1 out in the top of the 4th inning. The Sunfish lead the Moo 3-0 early on. In yesterday's game, White went 1 for 4 with an RBI double. As he takes this one high and deep down the left field line. Coming over is Dane Frazier, but that'll land in foul territory before he gets anywhere near. There is a Moo pitcher up and throwing in the bullpen. We can't see numbers from here. We'll let you know if he comes in the next inning, as Nolan Meredith, his night might be done. Through 3 1/3 innings, Angelo Santangelo is up to 36 pitches. So he's been cruising for a bruising through this one. As he looks in at the righty Luke White with the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him on the changeup at the belt. And that's a strikeout again for Santangelo, his 3rd. He struck out 7 his last time up. Or his last time out, excuse me, which was Monday. And that's strikeout number 29 on the season. We have 2 gone in the top of the 4th. E.J. Taylor at first. It's Jack Simonson coming up to the plate. Simonson struck out in the 2nd inning. Has the blue 2-9 on the back of his all-orange uniform, and on the front, slices one into right field. Declan Beers was coming in. Now he's going out at the foul line. He'll make the catch on the run. Declan Beers showing a little bit of range out there in right field. And another 1 hit for the Fremont Moo, and that's all they have. No runs, no hits, or 1 hit, no errors. 1 left on base on the fly out to right. The Moo remains scoreless after 4. We head to the bottom of the 4th inning, due up for the Sunfish, the 7-8-9, Mitch Stone, Dane Frazier, and Adonis Forte. On Jersey night from Karras Park, it's Mitch Stone, Dane Frazier, and Adonis Forte in the bottom of the fourth inning. I've seen some Indianapolis Colts uniforms. I've seen some, I think, local high school hockey jerseys. I've even seen a Brett Favre Pro Bowl jersey down to our left in the main concourse at a table, as Mitch Stone will take a fastball on the outside corner for strike one. 88 on the radar gun. Nolan Meredith still on the mound for the Moo. He's allowed 3 runs off 4 hits to the Sunfish today. An 89-mile-an-hour fastball will be a bit more outside for ball 1. Got a Javier Baez Cubs uniform right in front of me walking down the steps. Anthony Rizzo behind him. Slider will miss away. It's 2-1. Walker Bullington's wife, Sam, who's usually active in the Sunfish comments on YouTube, is wearing her Three Lions England soccer uniform. A curveball will drop in at the knees, evening the count at 2. 3-0 Sunfish in the bottom of the fourth. I myself am wearing a Ray Nitschke Packers jersey. Go Pack Go. Here's the 2-2. Swung on and grounded over to Leaper in the hot corner. He'll be up and firing over to first. Just beats Stroh on the throw. 4 out number 1. Assistant General Manager Zach Campbell is wearing his Denver Nuggets jersey. If I'm not mistaken, it's a Jokic jersey. He turns around, says MVP, and shows me his Denver jersey. Cameraman Sean is wearing his Shazier Pittsburgh Steelers Bumblebee uniform, of bold choice on his part, if I do say so myself. Change-up hits at the knees to Dane Frazier for strike 1. Frazier doubled back in the second inning, scored the first 2 runs of the game for the Sunfish in the process, but he tested the arm of Tyler Push and Austin Baskin on the relay and was tagged out at third, trying to stretch a double into a triple. He's up with 1 out, the 0-1. Another breaking ball, this time right across the heart of the plate, about at thigh level. It's 0-2. Those are the number of jerseys I've seen. I think I covered everything. We have a few Sioux Falls Canaries uniforms in attendance today. And a curveball that misses outside. One of them is my member of my host family, Ann Davis. She won it at a Canaries game earlier this season. A curveball gets Frazier swinging, and there's 2 outs in the bottom of the fourth. Strikeout number 3 for Nolan Meredith on the evening. And it'll bring up Adonis Forte, who walked and scored in the third inning. He was the only run that scored in the third, even though the bases were loaded with just 1 out. Zeph Hoffbauer would strike out, and then a ground out by Declan Beers as a changeup misses low to Forte. So Jersey night here at Karras Park. A nice turnout. Fastball runs in, almost hits Forte. He's ahead 2-0. Sunfish have scored 3. The Moo have been scoreless through 4. Only accumulated a pair of hits in the past 2 innings. Fastball misses high. It's 3-0 to Adonis Forte. This is a complete turnaround for the Sunfish. They weren't really able to get anything yesterday against All-Star pitcher Brody Sintek. The 3-0's taken right down the plate for strike 1. But Sintek showed why he was an all-star. Went 8 innings, allowing just 2 runs. Went 7 scoreless. Almost looked like he was going to throw a complete game shutout. And a fastball, 86, misses low, and Forte will draw another walk. 2 outs this time for the walk instead of a leadoff one. And we're back to the top of the order. JT Mix, who walked himself his last time up. His dad in attendance this evening. I think he's got a whole family outing tonight. Seems like half of the first row right behind home plate to my right is the Mix clan. Fastball misses high to JT. It's 1-0. His dad, Daryl, introduced himself to me earlier in the game. Nice guy, nice family. And JT, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. And the way JT and I talk this season and how kind and thoughtful and how JT always asks me how I'm doing. He's always ready to joke around. Doesn't surprise me that his dad is the exact same way. Avid listener of the Fish Tank is Mr. Mix. Here's the 1-0. Taken in the dirt for ball 2. Good stop there by Simonson, who was up and ready to throw over to first, but Forte was staying put. Adonis did have a stolen base back in the third on a throw from Simonson that was wide left. The Sunfish in that third inning had 3 stolen bases. As Mix grounds one softly over to short, the toss from Baskin to Sears is the easy out, and they'll take it. A 6-4 putout ends the 4th inning with the Sunfish still on top, 3-0 from Karras Park. Trent Sellers, Darian Morphew, and Peyton Leeper will get us started in the top half of the 5th inning with the Moo down by 3 in a crucial game for both of these teams. Andalo Santangelo having another great start today. Throws a fastball in to Sellers, taken for ball 1. It's just been incredible how Santangelo, who came in his first appearance, closed out the first ever win for the Sunfish, throwing a changeup now a bit low. He's behind 2-0 to Morphew. But came in, closed out in Wheat City after Andrew Garcia went 7 innings of shutout baseball against the Whiskey Jacks. A hard-hit ground ball past the hands of Shea Bennett down the third baseline. We'll make it a 2-1 count to Trent Sellers. He popped up to JT Mix at second back in the 2nd inning. But after that, D'Lo struggled a little bit. Would come in sometimes in relief. Started actually a game in Pierre on June 6th. Curveball falls at the knees on the inside corner for strike 2. It's a 2-2 count. No outs, top of the 5th inning. Santangelo sets at the chest, kicks, delivers, slider low and away. It's a full count. 3 innings start against the Trappers. Allowed 7 hits, 5 runs. And then he never had an outing longer than 4. He did get a win against the Fremont Moo on the 28th. He went 4 innings, allowing 4 runs off 7 hits in that big game for the Sunfish. Foul ball makes it, or keeps it at a 3-2 count. And I think it was really that game against the Moo that was really the turning point of the season for the Sunfish. They had already been playing well to close out the second half of the season, but beating the Moo 19-7 in Fremont was definitely a confidence booster for the Sunfish. Here's the 3-2. Taken on a slider low and away. Good take there by Morphew, who draws the leadoff walk. And it was after that 4-run, 4-inning outing against the Moo that D'Lo kind of started turning it around. He went 1 inning, allowed 3 runs off 3 hits in Wheat City. Didn't get the win, and it was a bit of a struggle for him, but it wasn't necessarily his fault. He just knew he was a little bad as that one gets away from Will Olson on the slider inside. Heading over to second is Morphew. But then it was the 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 7 strikeouts, a season-high 7 strikeouts for Santangelo. As you could tell, he had kind of gotten his groove back, and he's been showing it tonight through 4 innings. Runner on second now, 1-0 count to Peyton Leeper, who flew out to right. His last time up, he'll foul one out of play, and I didn't even see it bounce off of the football complex. I think that went over. Shot off the bat like a rocket. I didn't even see it go over. It's a 1-1 count now to the lefty Leeper. That foul ball presented by Keg Chicken, as always. Order it, eat it, crave it. Keg Chicken. 3-0 ball game in the top of the 5th with no outs and a runner on second. Norris McClure at third, playing just on the infield grass, right on the edge. Slider misses low and in. It's 2-1. He's playing about a foot back, I'd say. Not exactly on the infield grass. Zeph Hoffpower playing about 2 feet behind first base in his usual spot. Swing and a miss on a great changeup by Santangelo. It's an even 2-2 count. I think I'd been calling some of his changeups curveballs last Monday, which is a mistake on my part, but whatever it was working, and it's working again tonight. I can tell that they're changeups this time. Here's the 2-2. He'll throw a fastball away. It's 3-2. Santangelo, with that pitch, is up to 50. Through 4 innings, not too shabby. Payoff misses low on the changeup. So back-to-back where he got the batter in a good count, got him full eventually, and would end up walking him. Back-to-back walks for the Moo, and it's the lefty. Or excuse me, I was off a little bit. That was Trent Sellers leading off. I wrote it in the wrong section again. It was then Darian Morphew who just drew the walk. Now it's Peyton Leeper. There we go, David. You got this. We're good. No outs. It's Peyton Leeper. I saw number 2 and got quite confused with myself. Haven't made a mistake like that in a while. No outs. 2 on. On the slider, low and in. That's taken for ball 1. So now Norris McClure is basically playing on the edge of the third base grass. He'll take a half step back. The middle infield, JT Mix and Jonathan Brandon playing at double play depth. With Trent Sellers on second, Darian Morphew now at first. A foul off of the leg of Leeper makes it a 1-1 count. There have been some Fremont faithful here in Sioux Falls this weekend, cheering on some of the Sioux Falls natives, including Jack Simonson, who is catching for the Moo tonight. He was out in right field up until, if I'm not mistaken, that was about the 8th inning on Friday, as Leeper is still walking around favoring what appears to be his right leg, which he fouled it off. Shea Bennett has come in from the third base coach's box to make sure that his third baseman is okay. Leeper took over the responsibilities, the duty and responsibilities of third base after Austin Callahan, their all-star third baseman, was drafted earlier this week by the Cincinnati Reds in the MLB draft. And then star designated hitter Brock Reller, who led the Expedition League in home runs earlier this week after the Sunfish series, just decided he was done and wanted to go home for the summer. 1-1 after that whole ordeal. Hopefully Leaper's okay. He'll take a change-up outside. It's 2-1. Reller from the University of Minnesota Crookston was familiar with Karras Park, but really couldn't get anything done against the Sunfish in the past weekend or even on Monday and Tuesday. The 2-1 is away again. Santangelo's been struggling with the lefties in the past 2 at-bats. He's been missing in the right-handed batter's box. 3-1 count with 2 on and no out in the top of the 5th inning. The Sunfish leading by 3. Leaper, the potential tying run at the plate. And now he's been walked aboard. It was a 3-1 count, and he draws the walk. It's now the lefty Dylan Sears, and Tyler Olmstead and Will Olson will come out. The rest of the infield will join them. That seems like a good time to check out what's happening around the Expedition League. That's right, the Sunfish were one of the last games to get started. In the bottom of the 6th inning from Spearfish, the Sasquatch have a comfortable lead over the Mining City Tommyknockers. They lead 15-2 in the bottom of the 6th inning from Black Hills Energy Stadium. From Oregon Trail Park Stadium, the Western Nebraska Pioneers, who are, well, they're down in the standings. Again, they're 2 games behind after playing 2 less games than both the Moo and the Sunfish. They might be further behind whoever takes the lead of the Clark Division standings after this one, as they're down 6-1 in the bottom of the 7th against the Sewers Valley SaberDogs. If the SaberDogs win, that'll be their 2nd straight, and they'll improve to 11-6, most likely leading the Lewis Division heading into the critical All-Star break here at the end of July. It'll be Dylan Sears from the left-handed side of the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. Bases loaded. The corners playing on the edge of the infield grass. The middle infield still waiting for that double play ball. A fastball misses outside, just barely. It's 1-0 to Sears, who singled for the first hit of the game back in the 3rd inning. Still only 2 hits for the Moo. All 3 in this inning have been walked aboard. The only 3 walks issued by Santangelo this game. A fastball misses up this time. Or actually, it's motioned outside now. I thought Shoemaker went up. He said a bit outside again. I don't know where outside. Seems like on the right side of the plate, or when it's in the left-handed batter's box to a righty, he extends it a little more outside. The lefties, not so much. Change up. Again, missing, I guess, just outside. It's at a perfect height, right at the belt. Santangelo basically being told, throw one right down the middle of the plate or it's going to be called a ball at this point. 3 balls and no strikes, and that's what he's probably going to have to do right here. Here's the 3-0. Throws a fastball in what basically looked like the exact spot as the other ones. So he didn't really go right down the heart of the plate. Instead, he just brought it a centimeter more in, and it's called a strike this time. I like Alex Shoemaker. He's one of the better umps in this Expedition League. He's got a good strike zone, so I'm not trying to rip on him. It's just a bit confusing from up here. Here's the 3-1, fouled off by Sears. A changeup. It's now a 3-2 count. Badlands Big Sticks and the Canyon County Spuds are knotted up at 7 from Dickinson at Dakota Community Bank and Trust Ballpark. The Big Sticks lost last night to the Spuds and are now 7-8 in the second half of the season, while the Spuds improved to 6-10. The Lewis Division only has 2 teams with winning records in the second half. The Mining City Tommyknockers and the Sewers Valley SaberDogs, as Sears floats one into the gap in right center field. 1 run will score. Here comes Morphew. The throw is going to be cut off by Hoffpower. And Leaper, surprisingly, just stays at second. So a full count single by Dylan Sears scores 2. And it's a 1-run ball game after, well, 3 straight walks and now a single with no outs. I believe that's Jorge Galindo up and throwing in the bullpen for the Sioux Falls Sunfish. From what Walker Bullington told me in the pregame interview, it was going to be Galindo and most likely Jacob Lassier coming in tonight. We're back to the top of the order to Tyler Push, who's 0 for 2, and with no outs and the potential tying run in scoring position, this is a dangerous position for the Sunfish and Santangelo. Slider misses away. It's 1-0. Pier Trappers from Kraft Field in Grand Forks lead the home Wheat City Whiskey Jacks 7-3 in the bottom of the 7th. And in the bottom of the 3rd, the Casper Horseheads are up 9-0 to the Hastings Sodbusters. A foul ball to the backstop. It evens up the count at 1-1 to the 0 for 2 Tyler Push. So once again, the Sasquatch are ahead of the Tommyknockers by 13, while the Saber Dogs lead the Pioneers 6-1. Big Sticks and Spuds are tied at 7, while the Whiskey Jacks trail the Trappers 7-3, and the Horseheads are shutting out the Sodbusters in the bottom of the 3rd, 9-0. That's been your trip around the Expedition League. And there's a little trip and fall by Will Olson. I wouldn't say a trip. He just kind of fell over. I was just trying to be clever with my wordplay. A slider is caught on the outside corner for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, no outs, 2 runners on. It's now a 3-2 ball game after the single by Dylan Sears. Santangelo checks back at second, no one covering. The pitch, slider away. Santangelo hasn't really been trying to give them much in this inning. He's been trying to paint the corners, paint the edges, and it hasn't been working, and that's not necessarily his fault. He had a lot of changeups and fastballs that looked like they were right there. The 2-2 is rolled over to Norris McClure, but just foul off the one hop into the glove of McClure. Still 2-2. Shoemaker, the home plate umpire, will stand the bat upright on home plate as Tyler Push will slowly, now more of a trot, make his way back to home. With how the defense has been playing for Sioux Falls, it really seems like Santangelo maybe should be giving Fremont a bit more to hit, which that's easy for me to say because Fremont, best batting average in the Expedition League. Push a bit choked up on his bat. The 2-2 is taken low on the curveball. 3 balls and 2 strikes now. Santangelo has gotten ahead on a lot of these batters, or at least gotten it evened up, and has somehow made his way to a full count on several of them. This, I think, would be the 4th out of 5, if I'm not mistaken. Early in the inning, we said that Santangelo was only at about 50 pitches. He's already up to 68. Climbs the ladder with the changeup and gets pushed to swing in front of it. First out is a strikeout in the 5th inning. 4th of the day for Santangelo, and this made things just a bit easier. The Sunfish have turned the most double plays in the Expedition League, and, well, with the middle infield playing where they are and with Dylan Sears on first, there's a potential for a double play ball. Point streak still has not been updated since July 13th. Don't know why, so I can't give you updated stats on that. A slider hits the lower outside quarter to Austin Baskin for strike 1. Baskin struck out in the 1st before grounding out to Jonathan Brandon in the 3rd. 2 have crossed so far in the top of the 5th inning, making it a 1-run ball game. The Sunfish have been on the losing end of many of those, as a hard ground ball sharply into the glove of Brandon. The relay to Mixon over to Hoffpower. It's like I can see into the future. A 6-4-3 double play gets Dylan Sears and Austin Baskin, and the threat was held to just 2. That might be the last we're seeing of Andalo Santangelo. He allows 2 runs off of 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base for the Fremont Moo, and after 4.5 from Karras Park, it's the Fremont Moo 2, the Sioux Falls Sunfish 3.
shortstop, number 31, Jonathan Brandon.
Jonathan Brandon, Norris McClure, and Will Olson will try and respond to the 2 runs scored in the top half of the inning by the Fremont Moo. They take advantage of 3 straight walks and then a single by Dylan Sears. Fastball runs low and away, taken for ball 1 by Jabo. He flew out in the first inning before reaching on a fielder's choice. Slider will hit the outside part of the zone for strike 1. The sun begins to set to our right. Shadows grow longer in the outfield as Brandon will foul off a fastball off the end of the bat out of play. Nolan Meredith still on the mound for the Fremont Moo. I thought he might have been out earlier on as Brandon will shoot one down the right field line, but it slices into the Sunfish bullpen for strike number 2. That foul ball presented by Keg Jiggin, order it, eat it, crave it. And Jonathan Brandon's not much of a pull ball hitter. I've kind of talked about that all game, or all season really. So he pops one up. That's going a bit out of play. Jack Simonson originally didn't think that there was any chance on it, but I think he was told otherwise by someone, and he quick looked back at it before watching it sail out of the field of play here at Ronkin Field. Ronkin Field in Karras Park. That's right, it's Karras Park, home of Ronkin Field. I guess I should be saying that all season, haven't. But Jonathan Brandon, most of his home runs are over the right field wall, opposite field. He takes a fastball outside that gets out of the glove of Jack Simonson. It's a 2-2 count. And when he swings, he doesn't pull it all too much. In fact, when I usually say he pokes it down the right field line or into right field, that's really what it looks like. He puts his bat out and he kind of just pushes it into right field. He takes a curveball dangerously close on the inside corner. But it's called ball 3 and the count's full. The payoff taken low and in, but it's called strike 3 on the curveball on the inside corner. Alex Shoemaker likes the inside pitches because to a lefty, that would have been ball 4. I'm done. I promise. I said I would stop, and I'll stop. Norris McClure, the lefty, with the lefty-righty matchup to Nolan Meredith, singled his last time up and had a stolen base. He's left stranded, and those might be 3 crucial runners left stranded for the Sunfish as he'll take a change-up up and away for ball 1. Here's the 1-0. In the dirt, stopped by Simonson. It's 2 balls and no strikes. The Sunfish lead the Expedition League with runners left on as well. Last night, didn't have too many, only 6, but that's because they just couldn't get anybody on. Curveball drops in and right across the plate at the belt of Norris McClure for strike 1. No one on with 1 out. McClure gets jammed on a fastball in. It's 2-2. 2 runs were scored in the top of the 5th by the Moo, who have brought this to be a 1-run game. 2-2 is lined right back into the middle, into the left center field for a base hit. That's rolling deep. Tyler Push is up and throwing, but McClure was on his way over to second, thinking it went a bit deeper. Saw Push had it by the time he rounded, and he'll just stay at first for his second single of the game. Will Olson, who singled and scored in the second, walked his last time up. He's 1 for 1 with a runner on. 3-2 Sunfish here in the bottom of the 5th inning from Karras Park. Game 3 of this 3-game series against the Moo before a 3 days off for the All-Star break. A slider will be called a strike on the lower outside corner. Home Run Derby tomorrow night. Will Olson and E.J. Taylor, the respective participants from these 2 teams. Fastball will run high. It's 1-1. And for the 2 teams, it'll be Andrew Garcia Will Olson and Adonis Forte making their way to Casper for the All-Star game. Fastball taken low. It's 2-1 with a runner on. For the Fremont Moo, it was supposed to be Austin Callahan and E.J. Taylor. They were the two Clark Division third basemen who made it, even though E.J. Taylor is a primary first baseman. Charles McAdoo and Trevor Matson from Spearfish Sasquatch and the Hastings Sodbusters, respectively, are the two first basemen that made it. Olson chases a slider low and away, and the count's even at 2. So Taylor made it as a third baseman. And he's the only third baseman technically on that Clark Division roster, as Austin Callahan, again, is currently not with the Moo after he was drafted by the Cincinnati Reds. Brock Reller was drafted as an outfielder. Runner goes, pitch away. Simonson's throw on the mark, and Norris McClure is caught stealing. Strike him out, throw him out. Ends the inning. Well, that was it. Wasn't a big strike 3 call. No one really knew what was happening. The pitch on the outside corner got Will Olson looking. Strikeout number 5. Norris McClure is thrown out, so strike him out, throw him out. Ends the 5th inning. Not ideal for the Sunfish at all. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, no one left on base. It's 3-2 Sunfish after 5. Jorge Galindo takes over the reins on the mound for the Sunfish in the top of the 6th inning, relieving Andelo Santangelo, who is still on track for a win after going 5 innings, allowing 2 runs off 3 hits, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. Those 3 hits coming in the past 3 innings consecutively, while the 3 walks only coming in the 5th. Galindo drops in a 68-mile-an-hour curveball on the inside corner to E.J. Taylor, leading things off. Taylor takes a long, deep breath as he was used to a bit of zip on some of those pitches from Santangelo, while Galindo slows things a bit down. Pitch misses outside, just a bit outside. It's 1-1. Galindo 1-1 on the season, 3 even ERA, 7 games. Fastball misses high. It's 2-1. 18 innings pitched, all in relief. 17 strikeouts, 7 walks. His last outing came on Wednesday for 2 1/3 of relief of Kenneth Dutka in that 8-0 win over the Wheat City Whiskey Jacks. Slider misses outside. It's 3-1 to Taylor. Galindo only allowed 3 hits, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts through 12 batters faced. And the off-speed will miss just a bit high, and A.J. Taylor will reach for the second time today. He's 1 for 2 with a single and a walk. Leadoff walks for back-to-back innings. They're the only 2 innings that the Moo have gotten the leadoff man on. 3-2 Sunfish lead here in the top of the 6th inning. 2 runs in the second, 1 in the third for Sioux Falls. Luke White takes this one to left field. Dane Frazier will run in and make the catch. Easy work on that one. It sounded a lot better than it looked off the bat of Luke White. That's how I'll put it. He's got a nice swing, and every time he swings and the ball leaves the bat, every time you're fooled to think that that one's about to go over the left field wall. He just turns on it so quickly. It's such a nice swing for Luke White. Sometimes it gets that deep. He has not hit a home run here at Karras Park. But it gets deep. He'll either make it tough for the left fielder. Tonight it's Dane Frazier. Other times he might just line out. Fastball will catch the outside corner to Jack Simonson for strike 1. Simonson 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout. But Luke White's been looking good at the plate. Just keeps hitting it directly at someone, which is how the Sunfish have been struggling as of recent. The 0-1's fouled off the end of the bat. A curveball high. Simonson just mistimed that one a little bit. Tanner Wilson will kind of limp jog out to get that one. He suffered that knee injury in the doubleheader last Sunday against the Moo. Got the good news this week that, well, technically nothing's wrong with his knee. Slider will miss away. It's 1-2. But he's still favoring it a bit. Limbs, he says, really the only problem with it is when he gets out of his truck, it's a bit tight. The 1-2 will miss low, taken for ball 2 by Simonson. Galindo, the 6-foot righty out of El Paso, Texas, El Paso Community College. Facing the righty Simonson out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. The 2-2. Fastball called strike 3 on the outside corner. Simonson will lean back a little bit, shake his head as well. He has struck out twice today. That's strikeout number 1 for Galindo, 5 for Sunfish pitching. 2 outs, 1 on. Here in the top of the 6th inning with the Sunfish still holding that 1-run lead. Trent Sellers led off the 5th with a walk. It was himself, Darian Morphew, and Peyton Leeper. The runner goes. The throw over the head of JT Mix. Jonathan Brandon is taken into right center field with the ball in his glove on the nice backup. E.J. Taylor playing a little, playing around, I guess is what I should have said, with JT Mix. As the lob in from Jonathan Brandon, Taylor was almost looking to try and swipe that out of the glove. Playfully, of course. EJ, I've talked to him once when I coached first base in Fremont. The 0-1 is a fastball outside. It's 1-1. But when I coached first base in Fremont in that lone game, EJ was playing first, and I was kind of joking around with him. Nicest guy. And from what I've been told by everyone with the Moo who I have talked to, he's just the nicest guy. Trent Sellers has a 1-1 count with 2 outs. He'll swing underneath and foul off a curveball. It's 1-2. That stolen base is just number 7 on the season for the 6'4" righty from Midwest City, Oklahoma, E.J. Taylor. It's actually the first of the game for any Moo. It goes to the big man. He hasn't had a stolen base since the 15th against Casper. This time a curveball is sharply hit into the glove of Norris McClure, The throw over to Hoffpauer's in time. And E.J. Taylor will be left stranded out there at second. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left stranded on the ground out to Norris McClure. The Sunfish still lead by 1 as we head to the bottom half of the 6th inning from Karras Park.
Discover fresh new tracks and new music videos every Friday on YouTube Music's release playlist.
Leading things off for the Sunfish in the
Mitch Stone and Zeph Hoffbauer from up in the press box. I always know that they're different people, and I know the numbers are different, but I always think when I see their, just body types from up here, I just always get one name in my head, and I get thrown off. It's Zeph Hoffbauer, who rips the first pitch he sees into left field for a base hit. So that hit is credited to Zeph Hoffbauer, not Mitch Stone. That's his second of the ball game. And it's not against Nolan Meredith. No, it's Levi Kiuchi, who's 0 for 1 on the season, or 0-1 on the season, 3.68 ERA through 8 games, 14 2/3 innings pitched. He has 2 saves, 10 strikeouts, and 8 walks. That's his 14th hit surrendered. It'll now be Declan Beers with no outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. Beers will see a fastball at the knees, won't swing on the first pitch like his buddy Zeph Hoffbauer. 2 runs off 3 hits, no errors for the Moo. 3 runs off 4 hits, no errors for the Sunfish in this 1-run ball game in the 6th inning. The 0-1 to Beers. Another fastball taken at the knees, this time on the outside corner for strike 2. Beers 0 for 2. Well, 0 for 1. You consider that second inning a sacrifice, which it is. Kiuchi, through his 8 games this season, has only allowed earned runs in 3 of them. Fastballs taken for a ball by Declan. This time it's 1-2. 1 earned run against the Sunfish in the 11-5 loss on July 9th. 1 earned run out of 5 runs against Wheat City. There goes Zeph on the pitch. This one's lined sharply into left field. Charging it is Morphew. He'll make the catch. The hit and run gone awry. The throw from Morphew will have to bounce and roll into the stretching E.J. Taylor. He was doing a full splits down the first base line. Hoffbauer had to run all the way back from second. E.J. Taylor coming up, a bit frustrated, kind of smiling and laughing around. A nice catch and throw there by Darian Morphew. It was just a hit and run gone awry. So Beers is out on the line out to left field. Mitch Stone is now up. It was Zeph Hoffbauer. Now it's Mitch Stone. 1 out, runner at first. But Kiuchi, his last appearance came against Casper. Dive back to first, no tag by E.J. Taylor. Hard thrown ball. You could hear the pop in the first baseman's mitt of E.J. Taylor from all the way up here. Through 1 inning, Kiuchi allowed 1 hit, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, got the save. Stro skyrockets this one to shallow left field. Out is Baskin, in is Morphew. It'll be Morphew making the catch. Hoffbauer was not stealing on that one, so he's safe at first this time on the fly out for out number 2. Dane Frazier, 1 for 2 on the day with a double and a strikeout. Comes up with a runner on and 2 outs. It's still just a 1-run lead for the Sunfish after allowing 2 in the 5th inning. There's still a long way to go, and it seems like in these close of ball games that time seems to slow down for the Sunfish. A throw is dropped by E.J. Taylor, so no tag applied. 2 outs, runner at first. Levi Kiuchi in his first inning of work has, well, been quick. Zeph Hoffbauer swung on the first pitch. Mitch Stone did fairly the same thing. A fastball will get away from Simonson and roll all the way to the back wall. Hoffbauer takes second easily. So now a runner in scoring position. The Sunfish had a 3-0 lead through 4 before allowing the 2 in the 5th. So they're looking for that 3-run lead again. Frazier had the hard-hit double off of Nolan Meredith in the 2nd inning, but tried stretching that double into a triple. Curveball misses low for ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes with 2 outs. And it's been base running mistakes all season long for the Sunfish. They lead the Expedition League in caught stealing, which caught stealing just means either actually caught stealing or just picked off, caught on the base pass, something like that. The 2-0 almost hits Frazier. He didn't even flinch. It's 3-0. Change up on that one. 84 on the radar gun. But last night, a bunch of base running mistakes is what really cost it for the Sunfish in the end. And it's that and leaving runners left on. Hoffbauer got some hot feet out there at second as Frazier takes a fastball down the heart of the plate. Adonis Forte in the on-deck circle for the Sunfish. He has yet to technically have an at-bat today as he's walked twice. 3-2 Sunfish here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Kiuchi kicks and delivers. Frazier will foul that one off out of play. The count's now full. Zeph Hoffbauer kicked off this inning with a first pitch single seen from Kiuchi. Kiuchi has come in relief in all of his appearances, only has 1 loss, and it's when he allowed 5 runs off 4 hits against the Weed City Whiskey Jacks on June 23rd. Only 1 of those runs was earned. As Frazier rips this one into left field, that's a base hit. Morphew up and throwing. Hoffbauer's going to test the arm. It'll slowly bounce into Simonson, or past Simonson, not to Simonson. It got past him. Kiuchi with a nice backup. Frazier heads over to second on the throw, and a 2-out RBI single for Zeph Hoffbauer makes it a 4-2 ball game. Frazier gives a high five and a hug to first base coach Tyler Olmstead. And with 2 outs, Frazier's now standing on second for Adonis Forte. Forte does not have a hit today, but he does have 2 walks. He even scored back in the 3rd inning. That was the last run scored for the Sunfish up until this inning. He swings at the first pitch he sees, a curveball, nods his head, knowing that that one fooled him. With Kiuchi, who this inning has really been relying heavily on the fastball, starting off with a curveball, that'll fool you 9 times out of 10. Here's the 0-1. Another curveball. Forte with the swing and miss is down 0-2 with 2 outs. Adonis, a bit of a cold streak as of late, has not gotten a hit since going 1 for 2 on July 6th. This would be a crucial time for him to get one. Takes a fastball just outside for ball 1. Good eye there. Forte, Garcia. Forte, Andrew Garcia, not Benito. Andrew Garcia. Knew I had to be a bit more specific there. And will Olson head to Casper tomorrow as Forte rips this one into right field? That'll fall in front of Trent Sellers. Frazier is running home. The throw bounces into the glove of Jack Simonson, and Frazier will get thrown out from right field by Trent Sellers, trying to extend the lead again. A base hit for Adonis Forte gets him his first knock since July 6th, but Dane Frazier is thrown out from right. The Sunfish score 1 run off 3 hits, no errors, with just Adonis Forte being left stranded there at the end. It's 4-2 Sunfish after 6 over the Fremont Moo in this crucial rubber match between the Moo and the Sunfish. It'll be the 3 lefties at the bottom of the lineup for the Fremont Moo: Darian Morphew, Peyton Leeper, and Dylan Sears. Morphew with his signature orange-barreled bat will take a changeup on the lower outside corner from Jorge Galindo. Galindo allowed a leadoff walk to E.J. Taylor, which time being called now before Morphew steps back in. I'm not sure who called that one, but it was granted nonetheless. Jorge Galindo has the biggest smile on his face right now on the mound, and I'm loving it. This one's ripped just past the glove of J.T. Mix up the right side for a base hit. Morphew pulled that one, and it worked out for him. A base hit for the Moo. That marks their 4th of the game. They haven't had a hit since Dylan Sears' 2 RBI single in the 5th. It'll be the beer batter Peyton Leeper, who flew out in the 3rd and walked in the 5th. It was the 3 walks to lead off the 5th inning. That would be crucial for the Fremont Moo, as the single would score 2 of them. So with no outs and a runner on first, it's a 2-run ball game now after a single by Dean Frazier scored Zeph off power in the bottom of the 6th inning. Pickoff over by Galindo. No tag by Hoffpower as Morphew dives back in. Jorge's got a nice pickoff move, but Morphew not leading off all too much. A fly ball into center field. A hard toss of the bat by Peyton Leeper. Alex Shoemaker was running up the third base line to get a good eye on the fly ball, and it almost hit him. Peyton Leeper absolutely frustrated with that one and almost taking it out on the home plate umpire accidentally. 1 out with a runner on first brings up Dylan Sears. Sears in his last 4 appearances has a pair of multi-hit games. Went 3 for 5 against Casper earlier this week and is now 2 for 2 tonight. Throw over to first. Late tag by Hoffpower on Morphew. And it's the 7-8-9 tonight that we've seen the 3 lefties, and it's been one of the more successful parts of the lineup. First pitch fools Sears with a curveball. He swings and misses. It's 0-1. In fact, out of the top 5 in the lineup, it's only E.J. Taylor who has actually gotten on base with a single and a walk. Otherwise, Trent Sellers is 0 for 2 with a walk. Darian Morphew is now 1 for 2 with a single and a walk. Peyton Leaper 0 for 2 with a walk. Runner goes, throw low and away. Olson will throw it high and away, as it'll be a late take by Jonathan Brandon. Darian Morphew gets the second stolen base of the game for the Fremont Moo. He's now in scoring position, taking that crucial double play out of play for the Sunfish. But so it's the bottom three who have combined gotten on 5 times. Trent Sellers, if you go to the bottom 4, makes it 6 times out of the 8 base runners for the Moo today. Little blooper into the glove of JT Mix. Jonathan Brandon couldn't beat out the foot race with Darian Morphew, so there was no throw to second to try and double him up. Dylan Sears is sent packing for the first time today, and a little floater to JT Mix. We're back to the top of the lineup. It's Tyler Push, who's 0 for 3 with a ground out, a fly out, and a strikeout. Runner in scoring position. Tyler Push is the potential tying run at the plate, as it's a 4-2 Sunfish lead here in the top of the 7th. First pitch to Push. Pitch to Push. That's kind of hard to say. First time I've stumbled on it, but hey, it's a curveball high. It's 1-0. The sun is completely set behind the trees. Shadows are covering the entirety of Ronkin Field here at Karras Park, and the lights are on. It's officially dusk in Sioux Falls. The 1-0. Fastball runs a bit outside. It's 2-0. It was a good height, as Will Olson will confirm with his pitcher. It was about right at the chest. It's 2 balls, no strikes to the Moose center fielder. Galindo sets at the belt, kicks and delivers. Curveball. It's called a strike on the outside corner. Alex Shoemaker, that's the one thing that always gets me. There's some umpires in the MLB and college anywhere where you have one of the most, or you can have a delayed strike 3 call or just a delayed strike call altogether. Alex Shoemaker, and it's nothing against him, but it's just his strike call is kind of dekes me out sometimes. The 2-1 is fouled off. It's 2-2. But it's just sometimes a little late, where sometimes I'm about to call it a ball and then it'll come up and say strike, and it's just like, oh, you had me in the first half, not going to lie. That foul ball presented by Keg Chicken. Order it, eat it, crave it, Keg Chicken. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on second. The Moo trail the Sunfish by 2. Here's the 2-2 pitch, a curveball. Fans Tyler Push. It's his second strikeout of the game. Second for Galindo, 6th on the day for the Sunfish. Jorge Galindo allowed another leadoff base runner and goes 3 up, 3 down after. No run off 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base for the Moo. It's stretching time from Karras Park.
Yeah, let me finish downloading this game. Traveling as a PC gamer hasn't always been the easiest, but the Lenovo Legion Slim 7 gaming laptop powered by AMD is here to change that. Packs a ton of power while still remaining incredibly light. The AMD Ryzen 7 5800H ensures you get fast frame rates and uncompromised battery life wherever you go. Pair the Lenovo Legion gaming laptop with the lightweight Corsair Saber Pro gaming mouse, and you have the perfect on-the-go PC setup. Get yours today at Best Buy.
It's the top of the lineup for the Sioux Falls Sunfish. Leading off in the bottom of the 7th inning, JT Mix, Jonathan Brandon, and Norris McClure. JT 0 for 2. He'll take a curveball across the plate for strike one. He struck out and grounded out after walking and being out number one of a fielder's choice in the third. Takes another curveball, this time just a bit low and away. It's 1-1. 75 on the breaking stuff for Levi Kiuchi in his second inning of work. His fastball hitting high 80s. The 1-1. Another curveball in. This time it's called a strike on the inside corner. JT at his back turn almost got hit. 72 miles an hour. So upwards of about 10 miles per hour taken off on those pitches. Here's the 1-2. He goes with the fastball high. Just misses to JT. JT, I talked to him about this because I wasn't sure if it was on purpose, and he confirmed it is. His walk-up music is, I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. JT rips this one into left center field. That's falling, but into the glove of Darian Morphew, who was passing by Tyler Push on the run. Fly out to left field for JT, who got a hold of that one. But it's, I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. JT is 5'8", but he doesn't let that get by him. He's great glove over at second. He can hit the ball, as that one just showed, deep into the gap. And he can even run out the ones on the infield. I think he said it was his cousin who told him that's what your walk-up music needs to be. Jonathan Brandon takes a curveball in for ball one. He struck out his last time up, looking in the 5th inning. Here's the 1-0. Swung on and missed the curveball that bounces off a home. It's 1-1 with one out. But yeah, JT said he was at like a family function, something like that. And I think he said it was his cousin. I can't remember off the top of my head who said that needs to be your walk-up, and well, it is. Jonathan Brandon rips this one down the left field line. That falls and bounces up against the wall for a base hit. He's on his way to second. The throw from Darian Morphew sails over the cutoff man Baskin, and it's a stand-up double for Jonathan Brandon with one out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. That's his 4th double of the year. He has now matched his home run total with 4 doubles. That's his 9th extra base hit of the season. His first double since July 13th, which was on Tuesday against the Moo. He goes off on the first pitch, and Norris McClure takes a curveball. You can't say that the Sunfish aren't the most aggressive on the base pass, because Jonathan Brandon will show you different. The entire Moo infield now on the infield grass as McClure rips one past the right leg of Tyler Olmstead at first, but it's just foul. Olmstead, all he did was lift up the right leg. He's now talking with E.J. Taylor, just saying how much that one just missed him. Dylan Sears getting coached by Shea Bennett in the dugout, I'm assuming, moving a bit more towards the first baseline. McClure swings and misses on a curveball in the dirt. Simonson will throw it to E.J. Taylor. Jonathan Brandon takes off and slides in. A drop third strike gets Norris McClure out at first, so a strikeout to McClure, but Jonathan Brandon takes home, and the Sunfish lead by 3 again. That's Levi Kiuchi's first strikeout of the game. And Jonathan Brandon scores his 29th run of the season in his final game in the Sunfish uniform. So with 2 outs, it's Will Olson, and the base is empty. Olson will take a curveball that drops on the outside corner. And by outside corner, I mean the outside part of the outside corner. Kiuchi shakes off a sign from Simonson. Another breaking ball swung on and missed by Olson, and he's now down 0-2 with 2 outs. After the All-Star break, the Sunfish return home for a 4-game series against the Lewis Division leader, Sioux Valley SaberDogs. Fastball low and away, misses for ball 1. It'll be a tough rest of the season after the All-Star break. Sioux Valley SaberDogs, Western Nebraska Pioneers. Curveball bounces in the dirt, stopped by Simonson We have 2s across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. So the first half division winners, Sioux Valley Saberdogs, are here at Karras Park for 4 games. The Clark division winner, Western Nebraska Pioneers, are here for 2 games after that. So 6 straight games against the first half division champs of both the Lewis and Clark division. Olson fouled one off. It's still 2-2. Then they travel to Spearfish for a pair of games against the Sasquatch on the road. 2-2 is taken low and in. It's 3-2 to Will Olson. And after those 2 games in Spearfish, it's a long trek to Casper, Wyoming. That'll most likely, no, not to discredit the Casper Horseheads, but that might be the easiest series that the Sunfish have after the All-Star break. Olson will draw the 2-out walk after a curveball misses low and away. So after being down 0-2, he takes 4 straight balls, and it's a 2-out walk. Zeph Hoffbauer, 2 for 3 with a pair of runs, is now up. He scored that run in the 6th inning to give the Sunfish a bit of cushion. And it's another run that's scored in this inning off the double, stolen base, and strikeout by Norris McClure and Jonathan Brandon. Jonathan Brandon with a double and stolen base, and then the strikeout forced the throw down to first, and Jonathan Brandon would score. So and then 3 games in Casper, a day off. Curveball misses up and away to Zeph, taken for a ball. And on that day off, it's just a drive from Casper, Wyoming to Minot, North Dakota for another 3 games against the Sioux Valley Saberdogs before closing out the season with 2 games here against the Fremont Moo. The 1-0 is a fastball away. It's 2-0. So after the All-Star break, it's probably going to be the toughest stretch of games for the Sunfish all season. Change up will hit the outside corner. It's 2-1 now to Zeph. So after today, it'll be 2 games against the Fremont Moo, who finished the first half 3rd in the Clark division. Just a half game behind the Western Nebraska Pioneers. A swing and a miss on a fastball evens the count up at 2-2. Then it'll be 7 games against the Sioux Valley Saberdogs, who were the first half division champs of the Lewis division and currently lead them now. Olson takes off. Hoffbauer lines this one into left field. That falls for a base hit. The hit and run was a success. Olson takes second. Excuse me. Holy cow. Excuse me. Zeph Hoffbauer has his 3rd base hit of the game.
Brings up the right fielder, number 3, Jacqueline Beard.
Something got caught in my throat. I apologize for that. So now there's 2 runners on with 2 outs for Declan Beers, who has not gotten on today. He lined out to left his last time up. Late time called. Would have been a pitch right down the middle. Looked like a changeup. But Declan called time. Kiuchi was just finishing his windup. 2 on, 2 out. Sunfish lead 5-2 here in the bottom of the 7th inning after scoring 2 unanswered runs in the 6th and 7th. First pitch to Declan Beers is a long fly ball to left center field. Tyler Push comes over and makes the catch for out number 3. But not before the Sunfish put on one more insurance run in the 7th. A double by Jonathan Brandon. A stolen base and a drop third strike forced the throw over to first by Norris McClure. That scored Brandon from third. 1 run scores off of 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on base. The Sunfish lead 5-2 over the Moo after 7.
Attention fans. Now pitching
Jacob Lassier will come in and try and close this one out for the Sunfish. They lead by 3 after scoring 1 in the 6th and 1 in the 7th, and have held the Moose scoreless in those innings after scoring 2 in the top of the 5th. Jorge Galindo does his job, going 2 innings, allowing just 1 hit, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, and no runs. Lassier from Alpharetta, Georgia. One of the 2 guys from the University of North Georgia on the team, 6'3" righty, will face off against Austin Baskin, E.J. Taylor, and Luke White, the heart of the lineup. Baskin grounds one sharply to Jonathan Brandon, drifting just behind second base. He'll throw him out at first. Just 1 pitch from Lassier, and there's already 1 out in the top of the 8th inning. The sun has completely gone down. Still a bit of light in the sky, but all the light being provided here at Karras Park is by the lights here at the stadium. That kind of sounded weird, but it'll be E.J. Taylor, who's really just shown the most success. Dylan Sears is 2 for 3. He has a pair of singles, but E.J. Taylor has gotten on twice with a single and a walk. He grounded out all the way back in the 1st. Slider catches the outside corner for strike 1. Lassier, through 8 games, making his 9th appearance, has thrown 14 innings, has a 9 even ERA, throws a fastball that misses just below the knees of E.J. Taylor. 1 save on the year, 13 strikeouts, 10 walks for Lasso. His last appearance came on Friday, July 9th, as E.J. Taylor launches this one into left center field, but it'll be easy work for Mitch Stone. Again, Taylor is one of those guys as well. I talked about it with Luke White. Taylor, anything off of his bat looks like it's going into the next county. He's got such a nice swing. I have nothing but good things to say about E.J. Taylor. No doubt. If you gave me a Moo lineup to vote, E.J. Taylor would have been the first guy who I would have voted to an All-Star game. Great guy, great swing. Same with Luke White at the plate. He'll throw a slider. Lasso will throw a slider low and away. It's 1-0. But on Friday, July 9th, in the 11-5 win over the Moo, Lassier came in through 3 1/3 innings pitch, allowed 4 runs, 7 hits. This one sharply hit right back at Lassier, and it'll go up the middle into the outfield for a base hit. Can't go 3 up, 3 down. Surrenders the first base hit for Luke White on the day. He's now 1 for 4. We head to Jack Simonson, who comes into this inning 0 for 3. 2 runs off 5 hits for the Fremont Moo. And it'll be a pinch runner for Luke White late in this game. So Luke White will close things out going 1 for 4. And we'll get you who that pinch runner is in just a moment. The Moo are down by 3. 5 runs off 9 hits for the Sunfish. Looking for the numbers on their roster. Chase Reynolds, I should have known. He always comes in as a pinch runner. Chase Reynolds is in to pinch run for Luke White. Luke White is the designated hitter. So if Reynolds somehow came around in the order, or if White came around in the order again, it will most likely be Chase Reynolds pinch hitting, most likely. Fastball jams Jack Simonson, and it goes on of play. It's 0-1. 2 outs in the top of the 8th inning. The Sunfish lead by 3 in this crucial game in which the Sunfish are trying to close this one out and tie up the top of the Clark Division standings heading into the All-Star break, with the Moo trying to take a 2-game lead over the Sunfish. Reynolds was off and running, but Simonson fouls off that one. It's 0-2. These two teams have seen each other 11 times. By the end of the season, it'll be 13. The only team that the Sunfish will have seen more is the Pier Trappers. Change up and in, gets Simonson to swing, and Lassier allows just a 2-out single, but immediately attacks Jack Simonson and gets him to strike out. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. 1 left on base in the top of the 8th inning. The Sunfish still lead by 3. When we return on the Sunfish Radio Network and the Sunfish live stream on YouTube.
off for the Sunfish. The center
Mitch Stone, Dane Frazier, Adonis Forte, the 7-8-9 due up in the bottom of the 8th inning with the Sunfish on top by 3 over the Fremont Moo in the bottom of the 8th. David Coyer here on the Sunfish Radio Network and the Sunfish live stream on YouTube in the last game before the All-Star break. First pitch to Mitch Stone is a fastball on the inside corner from Levi Kiuchi. Kiuchi in his 3rd inning of work after relieving Nolan Meredith. Meredith in his 2nd start allowed 3 runs off 5 hits, 4 walks and 5 strikeouts. He's in line to get the loss if the Sunfish can hold on to this one. A curveball will miss high. Stroh's ahead, or ties up the count, 1-1. Mitch, it just hasn't been his day. 0 for 3. He's had a couple of hard hit balls over to the left, but Darian Morphew has just been covering the outfield like nobody's business. An 87-mile-an-hour fastball's fouled to the back netting. It's 1-2. Morphew out there, well, Morphew and Tyler Push, we can combine them together. 2/3 of the planet Earth is covered by water. The rest is covered by Tyler Push and Darian Morphew, basically. Fastball will miss low. It's 2-2. Mitch Stone was one of my 3 guests on the bonus episode of the Fish Tank yesterday. The 2-2. Oh, almost hit Stone in the head. He even gave a little bit of an O. Levi Kiuchi, hand on his chest, saying that one's my bad. It was just a bit of a change-up high, so nothing too fast. But getting hit in the head is never fun. It's a full count now. Kiuchi, winding, kicks, delivers, grounded foul by Stone.
That foul ball was presented.
That foul ball presented by Keg Chicken. Order it, eat it, crave it, Keg Chicken. But Stone, JT Mix, Will Olson, as I like to call them, the Augie boys. Well, I guess you can kind of tie Declan Beers into that. Stone swings and misses on a pitch low and in. That's stopped by Jack Simonson in the glove. Strikeout number 2 for Kiuchi and out number 1 here in the 8th. Dane Frazier, 2 for 3. He's been a bit too aggressive today on the bases. In the 2nd inning, he had a 2 RBI double with 2 outs. Tried stretching it into a triple, was thrown out. He'll take a fastball for a strike on the outside corner. Struck out in the 4th, and then in the 6th, he got on with a single, scored Zaf Hoffpower. Tried scoring from second as he grounds a ball past the glove of a diving Austin Baskin. It hit the lip of the infield and flew into the glove of Darian Morphew. 3 base hits for Dane Frazier today. But it was on the single by Adonis Forte that Frazier tried scoring. It was tossed out, and Shea Bennett will come out to talk to his pitcher, and the entire infield will follow. Frazier on the season. I want to see how many times he's had a 3-hit ball game. We'll look at that when we take a quick break, as Levi Kiuchi is done for today. It's 1 out with a runner on in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Sunfish lead by 3. We'll let you know who's pitching for the Moo when we return on the Sunfish Radio Network and the live stream on YouTube.
Adonis Forte.
Designated hitter Adonis Forte. The lefty-lefty matchup as Stephen Boyd from Midland University comes in. He pitched in closing efforts in Tuesday's win for the Moo. Forte was teasing bunt before pulling back on the pitch away. It's 1-0. Levi Kiuchi, 2 1/3 innings pitched, 6 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. If Frazier scored, it will be 3 earned runs. Otherwise, he only had 2. Fastball is swung on and missed. The count's even at 1-1. Forte, his last time up, got his first hit since July 6th. Back in the hit column, headed into the All-Star break. 1-1 is grounded over to E.J. Taylor at first. He'll play it off the hop, his only choice to take it at first. Dane Frazier will reach second on the 3 unassisted fielder's choice. So now a runner in scoring position with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Sunfish lead 5-2. And I said I would check it over the break. I didn't, but looking at it right now, Dane Frazier tonight with 3 base hits makes it his first 3 base hit game as a Sunfish. A double and 2 singles. JT Mix will take a pitch low for ball 1. Mix on the evening, not having his best night. 0 for 3 with a walk and a strikeout. Dane Frazier at second with 2 outs, no one covering. The throw from Boyd is a fastball high. 2 balls, no strikes to Mix. The Sunfish have struggled most of the season with lefties. Boyd is no exception. He went 1 inning, allowed 1 hit, but 3 strikeouts on his way to a save in the 11-10 victory. Fastball blown by JT Mix. It's 2-1. Due up for the Fremont Moo in the top of the 9th inning. It'll be Trent Sellers, Darian Morphew, and Peyton Leeper. 3 of the 4 who have been the most successful today for the Fremont Moo. Curveball, it'll be called a strike on the outside corner. That's some nasty break on it. It's now 2-2. Boyd 1-2 on the season with a pair of saves through 14 appearances. He has 18 innings of relief with a 5.5 ERA, 26 strikeouts, 16 walks. The 2-2 is taken low on the fastball. It's a full count. The entire front row right behind home plate is basically taken up by either someone related to JT Mix or someone related to Carter Tibbetts. The payoff pitch taken low, and Stephen Boyd now walks his 17th batter of the season with 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning. 2 out, 2 on. It'll be righty Jonathan Brandon in what might be his last plate appearance as a Sioux Falls Sunfish. He'll take a quick hack before stepping in against Stephen Boyd. Jonathan from Bossier City, Louisiana, one of the nicest guys on this Sunfish team. There's not a guy who's really not nice and won't give you the shirt off their back. A swing and a miss gets away from Jack Simonson. Both runners take off. Dane Frazier almost loses his helmet on the way to third. It's now 2 in scoring position with 2 out on the swing and a miss by Jonathan Brandon. The throw was in the dirt. But he'd give you his shirt off his back. Always there with a smile and a hello and a friendly joke. I know I'm getting sentimental right now, but one of the nicest players on this team. Change up misses outside. It's 1-1, excuse me. It was on the bus ride back from Hastings. J-Bo had kind of been riding behind me on the bus as he fouls one off. It's 1-2. He'd been riding behind me on the bus for more recent road trips. There's been a couple guys who have chosen the seat behind me near the front of the bus, but J-Bo, as a recent, had been taking it more so than not for a good part of about half this season. And I was on the way back from Hastings. He's like, this is my last bus ride ever for the Sunfish. Grounder straight into the glove of Stephen Boyd. He'll jog over to first before flipping it to E.J. Taylor for out number 3. But he said that, and we were about 5 minutes into the bus ride, and I'm just like, really? Now you're going to make me sad for the entire rest of the bus ride? And he kind of got a kick out of that. We both got a little sentimental at that because, well, it's been a fun season with J-Bo. He grounds out here in the 8th inning in what might be his final plate appearance, but he'll head back out to short for the top of the 9th inning. The Sunfish hold a 3-run lead still, trying to close this one out and tie things up at the top of the Clark division. We'll be back on the Sunfish Radio Network and the Sunfish live stream on YouTube for the 9th inning after this.
Number 39, Trent Sellers.
Trent Sellers, Darian Morphew, Peyton Leeper due up for the Moo in this 9th inning. They'll face Jacob Lassier, trying to close this one out for the Sunfish. He'll throw a fastball on the lower inside corner for strike 1. He went 1 pitch before Austin Baskin grounded out, and then a fly out by E.J. Taylor would lead to the 2-out single as this one's launched to left field and deep. Frazier chasing at the warning track at the wall. It's off the top of the wall. Frazier will play it in left field. Rounding second is Sellers, but he'll stop for a leadoff double. The first extra base hit today by a Moo, and it's a crucial leadoff double for Trent Sellers. He just ripped that one, and it was about, I'd say, 3 inches away from clearing that wall and making this just a 2-run ball game. Five to 2 Sunfish. Will Olson will come out and just make sure that Lassier is calm, cool, and collected, which he always is. He's always wired in once he gets to the mound, and, well, Lasso hasn't seen Darian Morphew yet. Morphew 1 for 2 with a walk. He's one of the 2 runs scored. Himself and Trent Sellers both scored back in the 5th after 3 walks were allowed by Andalo Santangelo, and then a 2-run single by Dylan Sears would score both of them. So with no outs and a runner in scoring position, it's Darian Morphew who singled back in the 7th. Fastball will run high for ball 1. Another fastball just a bit outside. It's 2-0 to Darian Morphew. The 2-0 taken high again, and Lassier is just dancing around the strike zone. And again, Will Olson's been catching the entire game. This is the 4th time they're seeing him, or at least Olson is, and he knows where this guy likes it. The 3-0 bunt was shown, but the changeup will miss just low. Alex Shoemaker is holding up a stop sign. I think I heard him say we're not doing this today. Most likely talking to Walker Bullington in the first base dugout. On a very borderline strike right there. That pitch looked like it was at the knees. It was right down the middle of the plate. So it just misses low. So now there's 2 on with nobody out here in the top of the 9th inning. Lefty Peyton Leeper up against the righty Jacob Lassier. Fastball up and in is called ball 1. 5 straight balls now from Lassier. Potential tying run at the plate. Leeper, 15 RBIs on the season. The 1-0. Right down the middle of the plate for strike 1. The 1-1. Inside, gets away from Olson. It doesn't hit Leeper, but both runners advance, and now the double play ball taken out of contention. On the pitch that was inside, Leeper had to dance out of the way of it, and Olson is back out talking to Lassier. So now 2 runners in scoring position. If both of them score, it's still a 1-run ball game. Peyton Leeper at the plate, and really whoever steps up after this mark the potential game-tying run, assuming that who's ever at the plate before them gets out. So 2 on, no out, 5-2 ball game here in the top of the 9th. The Sunfish 3 outs away from sharing the lead in the Clark division with the Moo. The 2-1 is fouled off the top of the football complex, bounces twice on top of the Moo dugout and just in front of the Moo dugout on the field. 2 balls, 2 strikes now to Leeper, who steps out, takes a breath before stepping back in. You know, jokingly before the game, I said to a passing Andrew Garcia, he's coming in and throwing 3 innings of relief. A fastball just misses low. It's a full count. Of course, Garcia got the win Friday night, throwing over 100 pitches through 7 innings. So obviously in no way, shape, or form ready to pitch tonight, but the payoff from Lassier bounces in the dirt and the bases are loaded. But as of right now, it's almost seeming like Walker Bullington might have to exercise another arm from that bullpen if Lassier can't get out of this one. Bases loaded as Tyler Olmstead will make the long trek out to the mound. Walker Bullington gives a little bit of a sign to his bullpen saying it's time to whoever's warming up out there. I can't necessarily see. I think I see the arm sleeve of Zeph Hoffpower out there. Zeph had to come in against the Fremont Moo when Lassier was last on the mound back on Friday. Not this past Friday, the Friday previous. But Tyler Olmstead talking to Lassier and the rest of the infield, just making sure that they're all on the same page and making sure that minimal damage comes out of this. It's been 1-run ball games. That's really been the story of things between the Sunfish and the Moo in the past week. The Sunfish would take the game on July 9th, 11-5, so 6 runs. But then game 1 of the doubleheader was 3-2. It was 13-2 in game 2, but then last week, 1-0 on Monday, 10-11 on Tuesday. Last night, 8-7. Even the previous night, it was just 2 runs, 3-1. Fastball called a strike at the knees to Dylan Sears. He's 2 for 3. Bases loaded, no outs. Tying run on first. Potential go-ahead at the plate in Dylan Sears. He only has 1 home run on the season. The 0-1, a ground ball, hops past the glove, or not the glove, the bare hand of first base coach for the Moo, and Sears just like that is down 0-2. Middle infield, ready for that double play ball. The corners playing a bit shallow. Trying to prevent any run from scoring. It's Trent Sellers who doubled to kick this inning off at third. Darian Morphew at second. Peyton Leeper at first. Fastball will just be a bit outside. A good eye there by Sears not to chase. 1 ball, 2 strike to Sears here in the top of the 9th inning. A 3-run ball game with the Sunfish trying to close this one out. Garcia on the mound. The pitch in the dirt, knocked down by Olson. No swing by Dylan Sears. It's 2-2. Garcia comes back, sets, and delivers the 2-2. Fastball low, no chase again by Sears. It's a full count. No outs, bases loaded. A walk would make it just a 2-run ball game and keep the bases loaded for Tyler Push, who's been smacking the ball all around the outfield. Here's the payoff. Grounded, past JT Mix in the hole at second. 1 run's going to score. Here comes Morphew. The throw in is going to pass the cutoff, and the throw gets him at home. Morphew tried swimming out of the way, but a nice throw from Declan Beersen right, and a tag by Will Olson, the All-Star catcher, gives 1 out and just 1 run crossing. And that will be it for Jacob Garcia. 1 run scores off the base hit by Dylan Sears. Darian Morphew got a bit too aggressive. Peyton Leeper is now at second. Sears is at first. And we'll have a new pitcher. It looks like it's going to be Austin Oblas coming in to relieve Jacob Garcia. 1 out. 5-3 ball game. We'll step away for just a quick moment on the Sunfish Radio Network and the Sunfish live stream on YouTube.
When you book with Expedia,
Now batting.
3 runs off 7 hits, including the 3rd run coming off of that 7th hit by Dylan Sears. Trent Sellers led off this inning with a double. He just scored. Darian Morphew was thrown out by Declan Beersen right. Coming home, Will Olson with the nice tag. It's Austin Oblas now relieving Jacob Garcia. First pitch is a long curveball swung on and missed by Tyler Push, who's 0 for 4 today. Dylan Sears and Peyton Leeper on first and second, respectively. Sears representing the game-tying run. Push at the plate is the potential go-ahead run here in the top of the 9th inning with 1 out. Oblas, 2-1 on the season through 9 appearances, 3.17 ERA. Time is called by Will Olson behind the dish. 1 save, 17 innings pitched, 19 strikeouts, 11 walks. It was on Friday that Oblas came in and threw 2 innings of no-run, no-hit baseball. He gets one over the head of Tyler Push, and on the fly, Oblas sends one over the head of the righty Push. The double play is now out of thought, out of sight, out of mind at this point. And now the tying run is in scoring position. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. That's a pitch that you can't let get away, especially in a situation like this. The double play ball was there, and just a ground ball from Tyler Push could have ended it. There's the ground ball. It's past. It's in the diving glove of Jonathan Brandon. He keeps it on the infield, so 1 run scores. It was past the glove of Norris McClure, but Jonathan Brandon with a diving stop keeps it on the infield and keeps Sears at third. 5-4 Sunfish. Austin Oblas gives the thumbs up to Jonathan Brandon at short, and it's an RBI single for Tyler Push. That was the ground ball that was needed, but it was in such a tough position. Looked like it was going to get through the left side hole. Instead, a diving stop that you typically don't see out of Jonathan Brandon over at second, but at short, it's easy work. A throw low and away is stopped by Will Olson, preventing Tyler Push from going. And the fact that Tyler Push just didn't go on the first pitch. He's the leading stealer for the Fremont Moo. He's top 10 in the Expedition League. He's taken his strong lead over at first. He's not going again. This one is poked into right field. That's going to fall for a base hit. It's a tie game. Just like that, you come into the 9th inning with a 3-run lead, and 3 runs have crossed. A base hit by Austin Baskin. 2 guys at the top of the order who were 0 for 4 on the day have now had back-to-back RBI base hits. And both of them have contributed to what has been just a heartbreaking comeback for the Sioux Falls Sunfish, as it is now a 5-5 ball game in the 9th. And this is the last person you really want to see at the plate in a situation like this. It's E.J. Taylor. 1 out with 2 on. Taylor's got a strap from his elbow guard hanging. Austin Oblas kicks and delivers. A foul ball as there goes the elbow guard on the first swing. The ball went slowly rolling up the third baseline and a little back. The elbow guard up the third baseline as well. No balls and 1 strike. Both Leaper and Sears are credited to Jacob Lassier. He goes 1 1/3 with 3 hits, 3 runs, 2 walks, and a strikeout. The 0-1 bounces on the plate, but knocked into fair play by Will Olson. It's 1-1. And it goes back to some of those pitches that were borderline called balls low, even though they looked good and led to walks. The 1-1 foul tipped into the glove of Will Olson. It's 1-2 to E.J. Taylor, the All-Star. A 5-5 ball game, has 3 have crossed here in the top of the 9th. All with less than 2 outs. The 1-2 is a curveball swung on and missed, and that's a big strikeout for Austin Oblas. E.J. Taylor has a good eye at the plate, and it looks like there's going to be a pinch hitter, but E.J. Taylor strikes out only 21 times in 31 games. And we'll see who this is. Trey Nichols, who was originally slated to catch today, is now hitting for Chase Reynolds. So actually we're not seeing Chase Reynolds, who pinch ran for Luke White in the 8th inning. Nichols 182 on the season, and Chase Reynolds is a pitcher, so he's just coming in for his speed on the base pass. 2 outs, 2 on. Nichols will take a fastball on the outside corner. 6 for 33 through 9 games. He went 2 for 5 yesterday with a double and an RBI. That was just his 2nd double of the season, his 8th RBI. He's got 2 on with the go-ahead run in scoring position. The 0-1 is taken, a curveball for a strike. It's 0-2. A double and 2 walks put the bases loaded, and Austin Oblas came in after Dylan Sears singled with 1 out. Ball in the dirt, knocked down again by Olson, forcing Push to stay at second. Oblas would come in with still a 2-run cushion, but a single by Tyler Push would make it just 1 run, and a single by Austin Baskin would tie the game. So the Sunfish now have to try and walk it off in the bottom of the 9th or be forced to go to extra innings with the Fremont Moo. Ground ball past the glove of Norris McClure, stopped by Jonathan Brandon. Rounding third, coming home, the throw to Olson is wide. The Moo now have the lead. The ball got by the glove of Norris McClure. Another diving stop behind in the shallow outfield by Jonathan Brandon. Kept it in. He came up and throwing, but the speed of Tyler Push from second was too much, and the Fremont Moo have now scored 4 unanswered and have taken the lead in this rubber match. Jack Simonson now up on what is being credited as an error to the Sunfish. It was a routine play for Norris McClure, and I think it just either bounced over his glove, he just missed it, or somehow it almost looked like it went through. So now still a runner on first and second with 2 outs. Slow slider misses low and away, taken for a ball by Simonson. They're giving an E6 to Norris McClure on that one. Austin Baskin is now at second with Trey Nichols at first. Another big hit for Nichols. Well, I guess it's not a hit, it's an E6, but a clutch ground ball for him. Fastball low and away, makes it 2-0. 4 runs have crossed here in the top of the 9th. One of which with 2 outs, the rest with less. In fact, one of them came with no outs. 2 of them came with 1 out. Now one of them has come with 2. It's 3-0 now to Simonson on the pitch that missed low and away from Oblas. He's not trying to give Simonson anything. Simonson, like E.J. Taylor, can absolutely crush the ball if need be. Slider low and away, and Oblas has walked the bases loaded. The Moo have officially batted through the order. We're back to Trent Sellers, who doubled to lead this one off.
Now batting, the right fielder, number 39.
It's a 6-5 ball game as the Moo have come back. They hadn't scored a single run since all the way back when they scored 2 in the 5th. The Sunfish would score 1 in the 6th and 1 in the 7th, and came into the top of the 9th with a 3-run lead, looking like they were going to take this one. Instead, 4 have crossed as the Moo have batted through the order. Curveball drops in at the inside knees for Trent Sellers. He's got the count at 1-1. Bases loaded, 2 away. This one's ripped down the left field line, but just foul. Oblas left that breaking ball up, and Sellers, who's already had a double in the inning, was looking for another one. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Due up for the Sunfish now in the bottom of the 9th inning. Norris McClure, Will Olson, and Zeph Hoffpower. Oblas sets out the belt, kicks, and delivers. Popped up, out of play. Baskin will stay, or Sellers, will stay alive. It's Austin Baskin at third, Trey Nichols, who pinch hit this inning, at second, and Jack Simonson at first. The 1-2. Fly ball, shallow right center field. Going back is JT Mix. He will make the catch. He just kept closing the Bermuda Triangle and finally got the out. Trent Sellers leads off and ends this nightmare of a top of the 9th inning. The Moo score 4 unanswered and have now taken a 1-run lead. The Sunfish need to come back and win this one, or else they'll drop another 1-run game to the Fremont Moo. We'll see what they do and what they decide to do in the bottom of the 9th inning when we return.
Service, small business, and community support in the Sioux Falls area. Experience easy, growth-focused banking, where you're the valued member of the Voyage Federal family. Get started today at voyagefcu.org.
And now Lasso's going to just pitch and no one to me. He just gets he just gets frustrated, and it's just like you can't. And then now in his defense, there were some of those that it's just like, Alex, call the fucking strike.
Is this still Boyd?
Yeah, but it looks like there might be substitutions in the field. Yeah. 1 second, I'm just gonna see if they mark or if Alex points to something. Oh, he's not going to. Let's go.
Leading things off for the Sunfish.
4 runs cross in the top of the 9th for the Moo, and they now are in position to try and close things out and get the win. It's 6-5 Moo. They lead by 1, and it's Norris McClure, Will Olson, and Zeph Hoffpower. The heart of the order for the Sunfish. McClure swings and misses on a fastball for strike 1. Norris 2 for 4 in today's game. Was caught stealing back in the 5th. And there's been base running mistakes again for the Sunfish today that, well, have almost taken them out of this one. Slider misses low and away from the lefty Stephen Boyd, who's back on the mound and trying to get the win for his squad. Here's the 1-1 to lefty McClure. Ground ball over to third. Leaper up with it. Double clutches. Throws over to first. McClure is out. Looked like he ran that one out and almost beat it by half a step. He's quick down the baseline, but instead he's called out. And there's one away in the bottom of the 9th inning.
Number 35,
Will Olson, who's only been sent packing once on a strikeout looking in the 5th. The strike him out, throw him out. He's walked twice and singled and scored in the 2nd. Takes the first pitch he sees to right center field. That's going to fall for a base hit and bounce to the wall. Olson is on his way to second. It gets away from Tyler Push. Olson's going to test it all the way to third. The throw over Austin Baskin's head, and it'll roll into the glove of Peyton Leaper. A one-out triple as Olson is chest on the bag, calls for time, and he looks like he's out of breath. Tyler Push looked like he almost kicked that one around out there. And Will Olson's second triple of the season puts the tying run just 90 feet away for Zeph Hoffpower. Shea Bennett will come out and now talk to his Midland University product, and it'll actually look like it'll be Trent Sellers once more. Stephen Boyd is on his way out, and Trent Sellers looks like he's running in. This is a similar situation that was the other night. In fact, last night. Last night it was Brendan Jones who came in the 9th to try and close things out and get the win, and ahead 8-2, but Jones would go 2/3 innings, allow 3 hits, 5 runs. and bring the Sunfish within 1. They had the tying run and in scoring position. Jonathan Brandon would draw a walk before Norris McClure would strike out. And it was Trent Sellers who would walk Brandon and strike out McClure. So now he comes in with the tying run 90 feet away, and we'll actually have to see who Shea Bennett sends out to right field. I don't have binoculars, so this will be a challenge. And it's already happened, so my guess... Oh, no, there's no lefty out there. I can't tell. That might be Trey Nichols they might have put out there, if I had to guess. But again, can't see. But Trent Sellers on the... Brendan Jones will be out in right field. They just made the announcement over the PA system. So Brendan Jones, just like last night, will head out to right as Trent Sellers comes in. Sellers on the season, 1-1 through 9 games, 5.31 ERA. Has a save, which came last night. It was his first save of the season, just a third of an inning. 20 1/3 innings pitched, 27 strikeouts, 9 walks. He's allowed 20 hits. In pitching, he allowed 4 earned runs against the Sunfish on July 13th. In the 11-10 win, he went 5 innings, 4 earned runs, 6 hits in that start. Now he's trying to close this one out. Will Olson is 90 feet away. It'll be Zeph Hoffpower, who's 3 for 4 on the night. He has scored twice and has the potential of driving in a run. And like his teammate Dane Frazier, this is the first time this season that Zeph Hoffpower has had 3 hits in one night. The infield all playing on the edge of the infield grass, as any ground ball will most likely keep Olson at third. Hoffpower takes the first pitch he sees into the side netting. Any ball into the outfield, whether on the fly or even if it's caught or even if it lands, a base hit or an out, will most likely score Olson. Here's the 0-1 from Sellers. Gets away. Olson is going to take off. That rolls up the first base line. There's going to be no throw, and the Sunfish have tied it up. A wild pitch by Trent Sellers scores Olson, who tripled with 1 out. And now Zeph Hoffpower marks the go-ahead run if he can get a hit or do anything else if he can get on. It'll be Declan Beers in the on-deck circle, who will get an at-bat no matter what, even if Hoffpower's retired. 1 out, 1-1, and the Sunfish are back in this game. A 90-mile-an-hour fastball is taken high. Sunfish have gone from a high 80s fastball down to a low 80s fastball, and now back up to 90. Swing and a miss, 90-mile-an-hour blow right by Hoffpower. This is the 4th pitcher of the evening for the Fremont Moo, and the Sunfish, well, they've gone with 4 arms as well, and it might be Austin Oblast coming out if this goes to extras. Hoffpower fouls off another fastball. It's 2-2. 6 runs off 9 hits, no errors for the Fremont Moo. 6 runs off 12 hits, 1 error for the Sioux Falls Sunfish. That 1 error, a costly one, scoring the go-ahead run. Here's the 2-2. Grounded up the middle, off the mound. Coming over is Baskin. Hoffpower running it out. Actually, it went into center field. Baskin couldn't get a glove on it, and Hoffpower is safe at first, and the go-ahead game-winning run is on. They're giving that a hit past the glove of Austin Baskin up the middle, and it'll be Declan Beers with his teal bat the newest Augustana Viking. He just signed with the school today. He turned 21 on Thursday, and what a week it would be for Declan if he could pull out this one. He'll take a fastball in for ball one. It was last night. His lone hit of the game came in the 9th inning, and it was a 3 RBI double that brought the Sunfish within 1. Declan has had some clutch hits this season. It was his double in extra innings against the SaberDogs that tied it up. He'll take a breaking ball high. It's 2-0. Zeph off power at first. Jack Simonson has already caught a few today stealing. I'm not sure if Zeph will want to test the arm. Here's a 2-0. Fastball on the inside corner taken for a strike. It's now 2-1. The 2-1 to Declan's fouled off. It's 2-2. The rest of the Expedition League is watching this game. Everyone else has successfully finished up their games and are ready for a 3-day All-Star break. But now in the bottom of the 9th from Karras Park, the rest of the eyes of the league are on this one. The game-winning run is on first. 1 out, 2-2 count from Trent Sellers to Declan Beers. The Sunfish looking to tie the Moo on top of the Clark division headed into the break. Breaking ball brushes back Beers, and he's got a full count. If the Moo win this one, they improve to 13-4 in the second half and have a 2-game lead over the Sunfish in the Clark division. If the Sunfish win, they're all tied up at 12-5. The payoff gets him at the knees. Declan Beers will look back at Alex Shoemaker. Walker Bullington's out of the dugout with his hands on his head, now on his hips. Alex Shoemaker making eye contact with Walker, was staring him down. Declan turns his head and walks into the dugout. In a crucial game like this, when that pitch was called a ball in the top half of this inning that forced Jacob Lassier, well, not forced him, but it would end up having Jacob Lassier walk a few, and now you call it at the knees of Declan Beers. That's got to be consistent. Mitch Stone takes a slider outside. It's 1-0. We've been told all season long not to talk about the umpires, and I don't like to. But this late in the game, when you have calls like that that'll affect the outcome of the game, well, sometimes it's needed. Fastball is called a strike on the lower outside corner. It's 1-1. Two outs, runner on first. The Sunfish responded to a 4-run top of the 9th inning with a triple by Will Olson, who scored on a wild pitch. The 1-1 is a curveball taken low. It's 2-1. The Sunfish scored 2 in the second, 1 in the third, 1 in the 6th and 7th to score their 5 runs, and they held the Moo to 2 through 8. It was a 4-run top of the 9th that would give the Moo the lead before the Sunfish would score 1 here in the 9th. Slider gets away from Jack Simonson in the dirt, and now Seth Offpower is in scoring position. 3 balls and 1 strike to Mitch Stone. It's Dane Frazier in the on-deck circle. He's already had a few RBIs today. A 2 RBI double in the second, an RBI single in the 6th. 3 of the 6 runs for the Sunfish have come via the bat of Dane Frazier in the on-deck circle if Mitch Stone can somehow get on. Jack Simonson is out on the mound, just calming down Trent Sellers, talking to them about what their next strategy is. 2 outs, game-winning run on second. Mitch Stone ahead in the count, 3-1 against Trent Sellers. Sellers sets, kicks, delivers. A curveball misses away, and a 2-out walk for Mitch Stone brings up Dane Frazier. Frazier, the righty, against the righty Sellers. Tyler Push in center field is playing just to the right of second base. There's a big gap out there in left center field with Dane Frazier's name on it. Sunfish have only walked it off once in franchise history, as an 88-mile-an-hour fastball will run high for ball one. It was the walk-off walk against the Sioux Valley Saberdogs in extra innings here at Karras Park just about a month ago, as Frazier shoots this one down the right field line, but it's foul over the Sunfish bullpen. 1-1. It was on a Sunday night just like this, with the series tied up at 1-1. You can't write it any better than that, folks. Mitch Stone on first, Zeph off power on second, with Dane Frazier at the plate. 2 outs, tie ball game. The 1-1 is taken up and in, 89-mile-an-hour fastball. 2-1 now. Two balls, 1 strike. Sellers looks in to Simonson for the sign. He gets what he wants. Sets at the chest, looking over at third, kicks and delivers. Frazier swings on top of a changeup. It's 2-2. Situations like these where the Sunfish might look at a pitch on the borderline. That's not something that Frazier has the luxury of doing here. 2 outs, go-ahead run, game-winning run and scoring position. Here's the 2-2. He chases a slider outside. A good pitch there by Sellers. A nice defensive cut there by Frazier. We're headed to extras. If you're going to go down, might as well go down swinging. Can't argue with anything like that. And the fortitude by the Sioux Falls Sunfish have brought them back in this game. They could have tucked their tails between their legs after allowing 4 and the lead. Instead, Will Olson triples and scores on a wild pitch. 1 run scores off 2 hits, no errors. 2 are left stranded for the 3rd straight inning. And we're headed to extras for the 2nd time here at Karras Park. We'll return on the Sunfish Radio Network and the Sunfish live stream on YouTube with extra innings. Austin Oblast returns to the mound with Darian Morphew leading off. Here was some free baseball from Karras Park, top of the 10th inning. The 3rd time this season that the Sunfish have gone to extras. You have international rules with a runner on second. Pitch misses a bit high, as showing bunt was Morphew. That's Trent Sellers. Or actually, with the substitution out and right, that's most likely Brendan Jones out there at second. 1 ball, no strikes. Bunt shown again. It's inside, but it gets all the way to the backstop. Olson up and firing, but he holds on to it. A pitch inside as Oblas is not giving Morphew anything to bunt on. But now instead he moves that runner over to third, and the go-ahead run just 90 feet away now. 2-0 to Morphew. 4 runs would cross in the top of the 9th inning. That would make it a 6-5 Moo lead. Fastball right on the outside corner makes it 2-1. Infield now all playing on the edge of the infield grass. But then a leadoff or a 1-out triple by Will Olson, and a wild pitch would tie it up. Go-ahead run would be left stranded at second. A high fly ball to shallow left field. Norris McClure drifting back in foul territory. In is Frazier. He'll drop it. Well, he won't drop it. He just misses it, and it's almost better that he did. It was Brendan Jones at third, who, if Frazier catches that one, there's no way he's getting up quick enough to throw it in. And that'd be a tag up there by Jones at third, and, well, it'd be a 7-6 ball game. It's almost better that that one was dropped, especially on the sliding catch by Dane Frazier. Yeah, he didn't drop it. He just couldn't get a hold of it. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Morphew. Here's the kick and delivery. Change up high. Oblas pats himself on the chest saying, that one was me. I missed it there. And there was no chase by Morphew, so it's a 3-2 count. Here's the payoff. Curveball doesn't drop. Well, I guess it dropped in enough, but it was a bit outside. And from up here, that caught the edge of the plate, so I have no idea what this strike zone is anymore. That'll be it for Oblas. Zeph Hoffbauer takes off his arm sleeve, and that'll, well, he'll move to the pitcher's mound. Jesus Licon is now in at first. While Zeph warms up, we'll quick tell you about the rest of the Expedition League as they head into the All-Star break. It was a long game in Spearfish. The Sasquatch, early in the game, we said had a nice lead, and, well, they just kept extending it. 3 hours and 14 minutes, the Sasquatch beat the Tommyknockers from Black Hills Energy Stadium 21-3. Spearfish wins their second straight, and they're now just 2.5 behind the Moo and the Sunfish, who are currently just in the middle of their game. They're 10-7. The Western Nebraska Pioneers, a big loss for them to the Souris Valley Saberdogs, 11-3 from Oregon Trail Park Stadium. They are now 2.5 games behind, and, well, whoever gets the win on this one will move Western Nebraska 3 games behind. The Pier Trappers held out against the Wheat City Whiskey Jacks from Kraft Field, winning 7-3 in just 2 hours and 51 minutes. There was another extra inning game tonight, and it was the home team that took that one in 10 innings from Dakota Community Bank and Trust Ballpark in Dickinson. The Badlands Big Sticks 1-10, 10-7 over the Canyon County Spuds. The Big Sticks improved to 8-8. Is 2.5 games behind the Souris Valley Saberdogs, while the Canyon County Spuds fall to the bottom of the Lewis Division at 6-11, just a half game behind the 6-10 Casper Horseheads. Speaking of which, the Casper Horseheads, who are the hosts of the 2021 Expedition League All-Star Game, won 11-2 against the Hastings Sodbusters from Hastings and Duncan Field. So the Hastings Sodbusters are now 6-12, just a half game above the 5-12 Pier Trappers. So currently, here's how the Lewis Division sits headed into the All-Star break. 11-6 for the Souris Valley Saberdogs, 2 games ahead of the 9-8 Mining City Tommyknockers. The 8-8 Badlands Big Sticks are in third. Wheat City and Casper are tied at 6-10, with Canyon County at the bottom, 6-11. Once again, on the line in this game between the Moo and the Sunfish is the lead of the Clark Division. Will it be the Moo who take a 2-game lead over the Sioux Falls Sunfish, or will the Sunfish be able to tie things up going into the All-Star break. This is game 48. There are 16 games remaining in the 2021 Expedition League regular season. Zeph Hoffpower is on the mound. He was the one who was left stranded at second, the potential go-ahead run. He's now pitching with Jesus Licon at first. He'll drop an off-speed just below the knees for ball one to Peyton Leeper. Darian Morphew drew the walk. And it's Brendan Jones at third. Runners at the corners. The infield still playing pretty shallow. I don't think they're going to go for the double play. They're going to prevent the run from scoring in this close game. A broken bat, ground ball over to JT Mix. His only option is to get to first, so a run will score. Darian Morphew moves over to second, and it'll just be the 4-3 fielder's choice on the broken bat. It's now 7-6 with a runner in scoring position, and, well, that's the only play that JT had. Morphew was basically all the way to second on the slow roller. And, well, Brendan Jones was basically at home by the time he picked it up anyway. It wouldn't have been even close. One out for Dylan Sears, who singled and scored. He had the big single that, well, scored one, and it was Darian Morphew, who was trying to score from second, who was thrown out for out number one. Made it a two-run ball game. Morphew out at second again. The first pitch, a fastball in. Makes it 1-0 with one out. Hoffpower at 9.39 ERA through 5 games. He made his first appearance of the season against the Fremont Moo. He'll throw an 88-mile-an-hour fastball at the knees. That was game 2 of the season. He went 3 innings, 8 runs, 7 of them earned off 6 hits, 3 walks. He's come a long way since then. Hasn't allowed an earned run since June 12th. He's gone 2 2/3 innings since June 27th of scoreless baseball. The 1-1. Curveball will fall in at the outside corner, and Sears is behind 1-2 with one out here in the top of the 10th. Again, the Sunfish are 1-1 in extra innings. They were walked off by the Wheat City Whiskey Jacks early in the season from Grand Forks the night before, it was the last game before the 3-game series where the Sunfish would take 2 of the 3. Sears fouls one off, out of play over the football complex. Their one win came here at Karras Park many Sundays ago against the Sioux Valley Saberdogs, a walk-off walk by Norris McClure. 1-2 is in the dirt, stopped by Will Olson. It's 2-2. He was in that 10th inning. Several runs would score for the Sioux Valley Saberdogs. Going back to my scorebook. 2 runs would score on the triple by Cullen Hannigan. Here's the 2-2. Line sharply into right field. Declan Beers going back. He'll make the catch. Morphew will tag. Beers fires in. It'll be cut off by Jonathan Brandon. A sharply hit ball off the 88-mile-an-hour fastball by Dylan Sears. It's right at Declan Beers. As Morphew, I think, slid into third a bit too hard. He's up with his helmet off, and he looks a bit hurt. Time is called. We'll go back to the top of the order with Tyler Push as the medical staff for the Sunfish come out to attend to the left fielder for the Fremont Moo. One run has already crossed here in the 10th. It was Brendan Jones who started at second after Trent Sellers flew out in the 10th. Sellers was then on the mound in the 9th, so Brendan Jones came in for him. So he was the runner at second with extra inning rules here in the Expedition League. He scored after Darian Morphew walked. So runners at the corners for the ground out to Peyton Leeper. It would just be a 4-3 fielder's choice as the run would score, and then the fly out from Dylan Sears would get Morphew now over to third. It's the righty Tyler Push, who had a single in the 9th. He'll swing on the curveball low. It's 0-1. His single would score Peyton Leeper. That was a single by Austin Baskin that would score both. Pitch almost gets away from Will Olson. He got a glove on it as it rolls into play. Hoffpower was charging in just to make sure they got a glove on it. I think Morphew, after sliding in hard to third, was no interest in trying to run one of those out. It's 1-1 with 2 outs here in the top of the 10th. 7-6 Moo lead. The Sunfish have their rebuttal in the bottom half of the inning. They'll start with Dane Frazier out at second. Adonis Forte will lead it off. The 1-1. Swung on and missed. Fastball 88. Right at the chest. It's 1-2. The entire infield playing back now, not wanting to let any ground balls get through. 1 run is doable. 2 runs is difficult. 3 is when it gets really hard. They don't want that second run to score from third. Here's the 1-2. Gets away from Olson. Here comes Morphew. Olson sliding, and just like that, it's a 2-run ball game. Fastball got by Olson all the way to the backstop. It's now 2-2, and now an 8-6 ball game. Bases are empty with 2 outs. The Sunfish, as I was mentioning earlier, have been in this predicament before. All Hoffpower now has to do is just focus on the batter push. Another hard-thrown ball, 89, misses low in the dirt. It's the fastest ball thrown by Hoffpower. He's topped out at 91 this season. I think he's just trying to throw it hard at this point. Full count now with 2 outs, top of the 10th. Throws it hard again, but low and away. And I think what's happening right now is he's just trying to throw it with all the velocity, none of the control. Norris McClure from third just said, "Relax, kid, relax." Trying to calm down his pitcher, and it's Austin Baskin who had the single that would tie things up. It was the E6 to Trey Nichols that would give the Moo their lead. 2 outs, runner at first, top of the 10th inning, 2-run lead for the Moo. A curveball fools Baskin, who swings and misses. It's 0-1. It's deathly quiet here at Karras Park. Runner goes. The throw down from Olson is to the left. It's backhanded by JT Mix. It was in the dirt, the pitch, and the throwdown was in the dirt as well. Stolen base for Tyler Push, who's now in scoring position to potentially take that 3-run lead. It's 1-1. 8-6 Moo. Here's the pitch. Push looked like he was about to take off again. It doesn't. A curveball misses high. Excuse me, correction. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Fouled off to the back netting. I guess the pitch that I thought was in the dirt and backhanded by Olson, I guess was called a strike. Unless I missed a swing or something. Hoffpower looks in. Sets, doesn't even check back at second. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss, got him with the curveball. Hoffpower took it himself. And now it's the offense's turn. Dane Frazier will start at second. Adonis Forte, JT Mix, and Jonathan Brandon due up. The Sunfish have been down by 2 in extras before. The last time it happened, they walked it off against the Sabre Dogs. Can they do the same against the Moo? You'll have to stay tuned for the bottom of the 10th inning to find out. It's what every kid dreamed of doing when they were growing up. Actually, it's not Adonis Forte leading off. It's Jesus Licone. Licone coming, there we go. That's on David. Jesus Licone coming in at first, took out the designated hitter spot. So he is now in the designated hitter spot with a runner on second. Forte is out of the game. Hoffbauer will remain hitting. Fastball misses outside from Trent Sellers. It's 1-0. So after coming into pitch, Hoffbauer will remain in to hit if needed. Dane Frazier out at second. The Sunfish down by 2. Licone with a little check swing fouls one off. It's 1-1. Again, it's what every kid growing up wanted to do. It was down by 2 late in the game. This time it's the bottom of the 10th inning. Runner on second, curveball in, it's 2-1. And so every kid wanted to be the hero. It's what you always did in the backyard at your local ballpark, or even playing Little League or just youth baseball. The 2-1 is swung on and missed. 88-mile-an-hour fastball blown by Licone. It's 2-2. Again, Tyler Push out in center. I don't know if they have a scouting report or something that the Sunfish like to hit it into right center, because there's a lot of grass out there in left center. The 2-2 swung on and missed. Late swing by Licone. Sellers takes him himself. We're back to the top of the order. JT Mix. So JT Mix, Jonathan Brandon due up. It was Forte, Mix, and Brandon, the only 3 who did not step up to the plate in the bottom of the 9th inning. Down by 1. Will Olson would triple and score in response to the 4-run top of the 9th. The Moo scored 2 here in the top of the 10th as a fastball runs a little bit outside, ball 1. The Moo have that 2-run lead to try and take them to the top of the Clark division, up 2 games to the Sunfish. A fastball low and in is called strike 1. 1 out, runner in scoring position. Mix at the plate is the potential tying run, as 2 would cross in the top of the 10th inning. 1 credited to Austin Oblas, 1 to Zeph Hoffbauer. Curveball drops in a bit high and inside. It's 2-1. Sellers kicks and delivers. Mix will fly that one up to right field. Charging in is Jones. He'll make the catch just to the left of the foul line, and Mix goes down on a fly out, and there's now 2 away here in the top of the 10th. Frazier stays put.
Now batting, the short.
Down to the last out, it'll be Jonathan Brandon. He doubled and scored in the 7th to give a little bit more of insurance, but it wasn't enough insurance at that. He scored, but Will Olson and Zeph Hoffbauer would be left stranded there in that 7th inning. In fact, 11 have been left stranded for the Sunfish today. A chopper right in front of Jack Simonson, but the backspin, when it made it go foul. Simonson punches his glove because if he touches that fair, he might be able to throw out the speedy Jonathan Brandon and end this game. Instead, J-Bo gets another hack at it against Trent Sellers. No balls, 1 strike, 2 outs. 8 runs off 9 hits, no errors for the Fremont Moo. 6 runs off 13 hits and the costly error in the top of the 9th for the Sioux Falls Sunfish. Here's the 0-1. Curveball stopped in front of the left-handed batter's box by Jack Simonson. He calls time. He slid over to his right, got in front of it like a hockey goalie. Did a good job of knocking it down, and that's why he had to call time. Looks like he might have tweaked something in his lower back on that one. Alex Shoemaker walking out and handing the ball out personally to Trent Sellers. One ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. 8-6 Moo here in the bottom of the 10th. The Moo 1 out away from taking this one and the series against the Sunfish. Fastball crosses at the chest, hits the inside for strike 2. Jonathan Brandon down to his last strike. The Sunfish down to their last out. Dane Frazier at second. Here's the 1-2. Fastball high. It's 2-2. That one had a little bit of a cut on it, too. Started up and almost cut back into J-Bo. 2-2. 2 outs. Runner on second. Fouled ball out of play as Brandon fights one off. He's choked up on the bat a little bit. Got about, I'd say, an inch in between his left hand and the bottom of the barrel. Maybe even not an inch, but just a bit up. The 2-2 taken outside. Good eye there, no chase on the 88-mile-an-hour fastball. It's a full count. Norris McClure in the on-deck circle, the potential go-ahead run. He was a hero against the Sabre Dogs. We'll see what Jonathan Brandon does here. The payoff. Foul tip. He got a piece of it on the curveball. Sellers went inside, jammed Jonathan Brandon, and he just got a piece of it. It did go to the back netting. It would have been a drop third strike, and Brandon's pretty quick. Simonson's pretty quick as well. It would have been who got to the ball first or who got to the base first. He gets a second chance at the payoff pitch. Here comes Sellers. Taken low. And Sellers has walked Jonathan Brandon. The tying run is now at first. And the go-ahead run is now at the plate in Norris McClure. You can't write this stuff, folks. Norris McClure, all the way back in his first game as a Sioux Falls Sunfish, had a walk-off walk. He takes a fastball outside at the knees for strike 1. June 13th. So just over a month ago. On a Sunday just like tonight. Clear skies, packed house. The 0-1 is popped up behind home plate. Jack Simonson was giving chase, was told by fans, and watched the ball himself go out of play And McClure is down 0-2. It came down to Norris last night with 2 outs against the Moo, with the tying run on second. Now the tying run's on first. In that game against the Sabre Dogs, Norris went 1 for 4 with a double. His lone RBI was off the walk. Here's the 0-2 from Sellers. Popped up behind the plate again. Simonson giving chase, but that's going to go on top of the press box just behind me and out of play. Sellers mixing it up nicely with the fastball and the curveball. He went with the curveball on that one. The 0-2 from Sellers again. Popped up high and deep to right field, but Tyler Push will camp underneath it, and that's the ball game. McClure slammed his bat, got to first, and slammed his helmet in frustration. The Sunfish, who had a 3-run lead going into the top of the 9th inning, allowed 4 unanswered runs in the top of the 9th. They were down 6-5, and a triple by Will Olson and a wild pitch tied it up. 2 runs would score in the top of the 10th inning. I'm getting a nod from Jonathan Brandon from the field as he walks off for his final game as a Sunfish. Not the way you want to end it. He did draw the walk. That's all he could do. He's had a great time this season as a Sunfish. But 2 runs would score in the top of the 10th. Jesus Licone would just have some fastballs blown by him. 89 was the fastest he saw. He tried everything he had. JT Mix would fly out to right, and Jonathan Brandon would walk. And with the game-tying run on first, it was Norris McClure. Got down 0-2, battled off a few before flying out. The Sunfish lose their second straight. They lose the series. Your winning pitcher will be Trent Sellers. Came in relief, but ended up getting the win here in extra innings. Austin Oblas will get the loss here tonight. Your final score from Karras Park: 8 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Fremont Moo. 6 runs off 13 hits, 1 error for the Sioux Falls Sunfish. The Moo left 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 left on base. Actually 9, because I did not count Tyler Push in the 10th. And the Sunfish, after stranding 2 there, 2, 4, 6, 8. They left 2 stranded in the last 4 innings. 9, 10, 13 left on base tonight for the Sioux Falls Sunfish. Your final time, 10:19. Just under 4 hours here from Karras Park. 3 hours and 42 minutes for the Sioux Falls Sunfish here at Karras Park. They fall to 11-6, just 1 game behind the Moo in the Clark Division standings, while the Moo hold a comfortable 2-game lead at the top of the Clark Division at 13-4, headed into the All-Star break. We have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off. Tune in to the Casper Horseheads live stream on YouTube for the Home Run Derby tomorrow evening and the All-Star game on Tuesday. Andrew Garcia, Will Olson, and Adonis Forte representing the Sunfish. Will Olson in the Home Run Derby tomorrow. From Casper, Wyoming. We return at 6:35 on Thursday for Game 1 of a 4-game series against the Souris Valley Sabre Dogs here from Karras Park. All that action will be brought to you on the Sioux Falls Sunfish Radio Network and the Sunfish live stream on YouTube. Once again, the Sunfish held a 5-2 lead going into the 9th inning. 4 runs would be all it took to get the Moo ahead. 1 run would score off the triple and wild pitch for Will Olson, but 2 would score in the top of the 10th, and that would be just a bit too much for the Sunfish to handle. They left 2 stranded in the bottom of the 10th inning, losing 8-6. For everyone here with the Sunfish organization, I'm David Coyer. Have a good night. Have a good 3-day break. We hope to see you here at Karras Park against Souris Valley this upcoming weekend, Thursday through Sunday. Otherwise, I hope to hear or have you listen to me on the Sunfish Radio Network and the Sunfish live stream on YouTube. Have a good night. Go fish.